Oh, oh, ah, 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 oh, ah, oh. Bop, bop, bop. What's up, Sal? What's up, Forb? What's up, Tess? What's up, Tommy? Thank you for dailies. Welcome in. What's up, Tal? Hello, Tommy. Hello, Forb. Well. Good Plasma. How are you? What's up, Ryu? What's up, Gallows? Gallows is in. What's up, Perfect? How are you? Silverhawk Scriber. What's going on? Where was that last song from? That is, that's Risk of Rain 2. Risk of Rain 2. One of their greatest tracks. The Rain, formerly known as Purple. I should have played TFT again, had no idea what was going on, did my dailies and logged off. Well, then sounds like you're doing what most people are already doing. To be honest, it's kind of what everyone does. Booty bop, booty da booty da boo, beady dee 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 da. Remember it was yesterday and the variety of people running OS is questionable. Did you do 4? Our weekly's back? Oh. Oh. Can't stop dancing all night long. Saying what's going on? I like the skill build. I'm trying to figure out what I should be grinding was painful. Yeah, there's quite a lot if you haven't played in a while for sure. Behemoth of 632 pages? What the frick? Core set and other stuff. Which version? The latest? We saw a Nell and a Haley? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's up, Sentinel? You're a little late. No, you're not. We just started, baby. Players so fun. Yeah, they did a good job with him. They did. Where's the Blair Bill? We're gonna post it today. Jaber was supposed to be that. I think I've given up on Jaber. He just needs another rework buff. Is it me or is the game like loud as balls? No. Can we go building games like this? I'm too dumb for it? Nah, sometimes it's just like willingness to get into it, you know what I mean? Like, could I learn German? Yeah. If I try, I would probably have the same feeling. And sometimes it just comes down to, do you want to run your head against it or is it even worth it to do it, you know what I mean? Wally and 2. So true, besties, so true. Don't stop music all night long. I have to use meta in Onslaught? Yep. Well, the big thing about Onslaught, especially now, is you have to use meta not just because it's difficult, but because usually you have to, you never know how weak or strong your teammates are gonna be, you know what I mean? So you might have to overcompensate, and the way you do that is by playing meta. It may be desperately needed because I could not find one. Okay, what is it? They fixed the H&A, so back to normal now. That was crazy, bro. That was a whoopsie. A little oopsie poopsie. Just a little oopsie poopsie. What's a little oopsie poopsie between friends, you know? Just a little swapping the fire rate on Hammer and Anvil. A little oopsie poopsie. I did not truck bug Balby now. She was dealing so much damage to us for until they nerfed her today. I believe it. 2026 returning to Warframe video. What to do and in what order? Oh my goodness. Where's Hitomi? Where's Hitomi? We could, but I would have to play Warframe for like a week to do it. I think 6 of them is just so slow, especially repeating content with 0 challenge to it. Yeah, Tal, it is. It is. It's easier when you keep up with it than trying to catch up all of it all at once. Just play the strongest character, like play Inez, Valby, Bunny, Viesa, and then you can farm everything else in the game with ease very quickly. All right, Mr. Friday. We have Friday'd out. I'm feeling some goo-ass Tekken. Who'd want to play Warframe? I logged in, I was so overwhelmed and lost, I turned it right off. Damn. Is Token today? What's Token? It is a marathon, not a sprint, exactly, yeah. This game more than most. This game is very repetitive, so if you try to do it all at once, it's gonna burn you out. More so than most games. I'll back down now. Marvel Token? Token? What is Token? The fighting game? No. That is not today. On destruction. Destiny is my connection now. Beta is out. Oh, damn. What are the reviews at? Are people liking it? I thought you were asking if I was gonna play it today. Tokon. On my past. Obstagoon. So far, so good? Good. Is it the full game or is it limited content? Like, did they restrict characters and stuff for the beta? Repetition threshold in these games super fast, I believe it, yeah. What are you playing? What are you playing now, else? Bow, bow. Plenty of freedom in play and movement. Nice. How big are the teams in Token? Is it 3 or 4? I can't remember. It's been a minute since I looked at that game. It's 4? Okay. Kind of interesting. Pokemon ROM hacks? Ooh. I've been jonesing for Pokemon. I've gotten a Pokemon itch recently. I kind of want to do like Alpha Ruby Omega Sapphire, or maybe like a Black and White playthrough. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Exactly, they keep playing ROM hacks. Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. I kind of want to do like a permadeath, a permadeath run or something. Permadeath Nuzlocke or something. Oras and B2, yeah. I think Oras is probably one of my favorite Pokemons of all time. Genuinely, I love Ruby Sapphire. Surprisingly, I liked Sword and Shield as well. I know a lot of people didn't, but I liked Sword and Shield. I still need to play ZA. What's up, Vanos? Yeah, it's a 4v4, right? So it would be 4-man teams. I just didn't know the team size. And they do the what is it? They do the parallaxing, right? Where it's like 2.5D or whatever. It looked really clean. Let's see. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, they just did a trailer. Wait, they just did a trailer. This is hot off the presses. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's up, Tora? Is the beta only on PlayStation? What is this anime intro? Which Iron Man is that? We're gonna anime open beta trailer. Where's the game? Is this gameplay?
You're a waste man.
Is that Iron Gundam?
Logan.
Iron Gundam Man, yeah. It's very angular. I don't know which version of Iron Man is that angular, or if it's original.
In my brotherhood.
I've got the counter.
Yeah, so they're doing like the Marvel vs. Capcom style,
Activating anti-Omega protocol.
Fighter Z style, but 4-man team instead of 3.
Let's kick it into high gear.
You wanted entertainment. This is entertainment.
Here we go. Booyah! You're not getting away. Leave the rest to me.
DMCA, DMCA, DMCA.
You have a team, but it doesn't mean you're ready for the competition. Welcome to the danger room.
This is only the beginning.
Our time is now.
Possible.
Who's ready for a web slinging smackdown? That must have hurt. Yeah, woohoo! Oh no.
Are we in space?
You need a sparring partner. No, I do need a team. And fast.
I can do this. I swear. This is gonna be fun.
To fight is to live.
Only the best.
Damn.
Tournament.
Man, feels very, very Fighter Z. I played Fighter Z a bunch when it came out. Super fun. The only thing hopefully it's not full Marvel vs. Capcom. The only thing I don't like about Marvel vs. Capcom is I generally don't like the fighting games where the juggle combos are really long. That's the only thing I don't like. Because like that, in Marvel vs. Capcom, as soon as you get hit into a juggle, the combos can be like 8 to 15 seconds long, like a string of you just getting your butt beat. If they know the combo, it's like bum 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 bum, and it's like once you get hit by it, it just feels like you're just watching for the next 5 to 10 seconds. I like the fighting games that are a little bit more back and forth. Personally, I know a lot of you like the Marvel vs. Capcom style because it's all about, obviously there's strategy in getting into the juggle and using the combos and swapping and stuff like that. And I know there's a lot of meta into finding the frames you can break out of them in and stuff. But personally for me, I don't like really long juggles or really long combos in fighting games. I like it to be more hands-on, like back and forth, the rally, you know, like the actual rally. That's why I tend to prefer like Street Fighter and Tekken and those kind of fighting games. Personally, getting juggled on a PvP game is lame. Miss me with that. You should see how long. What is the longest combo in Marvel vs. Capcom? How long is the longest duration combo in Marvel vs. Capcom? Theoretically infinite. Normal combos last between 10 to 30 seconds, depending on how good they are at breaking out and who you're going up against. There are some team comps in Marvel vs. Capcom and Ultimate and like 2 specifically, where you could do like 10 to 20 second combos, and some of them you can break out of if you know the exact frame to do it, and some of them you can't. I think some of them, like there's a couple of them I remember, it's like as soon as they get the knockup, as long as they don't screw up, you're gonna be in an unavoidable combo for like the next 18 seconds. It's ridiculous. I think it's kind of fun to watch, but I don't find it very fun to play. Like I don't like the idea in a real-time fighting game where if I mess up and I get hit by a knockup or a juggle or something or a knockdown sweep something, like a low, as soon as it gets hit, you just let go of the controller for the next 15 seconds. I find that really boring, personally. I know some people like it, I don't like it. I think it's boring. Looks very Street Fighter. It's more like Guilty Gears. Well, it's more like Fighter Z, Marvel vs. Capcom. Tokon is, yeah. Anime Marvel. Yeah, it looks cool, doesn't it? It's very anime style. Yeah, it looks cool. What happened to the Blade game? I don't know if it's still being worked on. I heard about people watching the Marvel Doom trailer and getting taken out in like 2 seconds. Yeah, that's why I didn't watch the Doomsday trailer. Big like cinematic movie studio trailers, as soon as you watch it, it will literally like, it's like getting hit with a nuke. They take those very seriously. Depends on who does the trailer and stuff, but yeah. As said, the game is very accessible to any player a beginner can start with. Yeah, I think modern Street Fighters are probably the easiest fighter games to get into, because it's single character and it's more about building your supers and EXs and knowing timings. So like to me that's like the bottom rung. You have like your Guilty Gears that can get really complex, and then obviously you have like your Marvel vs. Capcoms and things that can be, actually, I don't know, like Jump Force is pretty easy, the new Avatar game's pretty easy, those are all pretty straightforward. I would say mid-tier is like a Tekken, because Tekken is deceptively complicated. At first glance, you think Tekken is like a Street Fighter or like an Avatar fighting game or something, but it's actually way more complicated because of like the left, right, up, down, high, low crushing that goes on, right? And if you don't understand that dynamic, Tekken can get a lot more difficult to understand, right? Because like, yeah, the fact that they articulate every limb and punching with your right hand is very different than punching with your left hand. And also like whether you can crush on different, and also like tech grabs and getting out of them and stuff like that. Because like when you get grabbed in Tekken, you have to know the exact angle or the exact limb to use to break out of it. And if you use the wrong one, you can extend it and stuff. Obviously like first time Tekken players, when they get grabbed by King or something, it goes on forever, but. What are they, Invincible Versus? I haven't played it. Versus is, that's single character, right? That's more like Mortal Kombat. Isn't Invincible Versus, they did it kind of like Mortal Kombat fighting, right? Just like straight up, more tech, straightforward, 1v1 kind of business. What's about Sony I posted? PSS down, yeah, I saw that. People couldn't play their single player games. Oh my God, don't tell the stop killing games people, they'll freak out. They'll freak out and start murdering people in the streets. Evo's fun, yeah. This last Evo was really good. Quan, thank you for the daily women. Controversial because they're killing physical games. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Have a massive prize pool. Yeah, this one was pretty big this year. It was. All fighting's being very complex, like knowing frame data, distance. Yeah, I mean, going what I mean is like at a very high level. Obviously, there's technicalities to every fighting game. I just mean that, like, mashing buttons in Street Fighter is very different than like mashing buttons in Tekken or Fighter Z or something. You know what I mean? Well, actually, doesn't Fighter Z have that like press square and it auto combos thing? I guess most fighting games do now. What's up, gamer? Yeah, Tekken is very. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I like Tekken is it's very articulated, right? They like go very detailed in what button you press and when matters a lot, and you know that's one of the reasons why I think it's such an interesting fighting game. Versus, it's not just like use this ability. It's use this ability starting from your left hand. Use this ability starting from your right hand. Use this ability starting high and go low, right? When you get grabbed, they grabbed you on the left, so you have to break out on the right. You know, like that sort of thing. It makes your brain make split-second decisions. I mean, that's what fighting games are all about, obviously. But this, I feel like Tekken takes it a very different approach to it, which isn't for everybody, but. I did Fighter Z, it felt too much auto-assisted. It was very auto-assisted, but also in Fighter Z, depending on the character, you could counter the people that were doing the auto combo. I think most modern fighting games have the auto combos now. It just helps people get into the game. It's just some fighting games, the auto combo is stronger than others. Like in some games, if you spam the auto combo, you're gonna get completely doo-dooed on because they know you're spamming the auto combo. And some games like Fighter Z, if you spam the auto combo, you could have a reasonable level of success just because it's more ability based, you know. Tekken is very lab centric. You have to be in the lab a lot, and some characters are worse than that for others. Like I know, like Steve, the boxer, is very technical. Like there are people that literally. There are like Tekken players that will go into the lab, which is going into practice mode for people that don't play fighting games. They'll go into the lab and they'll spend 8 hours straight punching a wall over and over and over and over and over and over, and they get so good, it's crazy. Fighting games are not very accessible. I mean, some are. I think like the new Avatar fighting game and you know, like Naruto and you know. Those games, they usually make them very accessible. It's more about the cinema, even like the JJK game too. Well, I always found that to be less effective in improving. I just need to develop experience. Labs good at practicing combos and knowing range. It's probably the best way to. It depends on the game. It depends entirely on the game. Some games require lab. And if you never lab in some games, you will never reach the highest level. But some games, you know, I would say like Fighter Z, if you don't lab, you can probably get up there. It's just some games, like some of the combos are physically difficult to pull off, right? Like if you're not good at doing quarter turns, and you're not good at like, you know, hitting the key combo or finding the right button, it does require a lot of muscle memory and you have to train the muscles to do it. So there are some fighting games based on, depending on how technical it is, if you never lab, you will never reach the top. You have to. It's the only option. SF and Chez, yeah. Tyler 1 is a gamer, dude. He's a gamer. Through and through. I haven't trained that heavy yet. Usually learning combat, basic fighting game knowledge. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at too. I've only done labbing in like, probably like Fighter Z and Tekken. Like when it gets to the point where it's very clear that I need to lab for a long time, that's kind of when I start to fall off fighting games. I know I could probably do it if I put the time in. It's just, I don't know if I want to. I usually, that's when I burn out. Like I climb as high as I can, but then when it gets to a point where it's very clear that the biggest thing holding me back is I haven't labbed enough, then that's usually when I fall off on fighting games and go play something else. It would be fun to do it, but do I want to do it? There's other things I could be doing. There's other things I could be doing. A wild Kyle, yeah, they are real. They do exist. They do exist. Probably just a newbie. I've also gotten an urge to play RTS games randomly. I think it's because I was, you know what it is? It's because on my For You, I started getting some StarCraft cinematics about Kerrigan, and I was like, I think that's probably where it came from. Now, for some reason, I want to play RTS games. Have there been any good RTS games in the last year or two? They come out very rarely, but every now and then we get a banger. Kerrigan's awesome. Rogue Trader, that's not an RTS game. That's a CRPG. StarCraft 2 is my jam, I know, bro. To Brood War, bro. I would probably go back to StarCraft 2. Brood War is pretty ancient. Defense of the Pringles, yep, that's the one. We could play some CRPGs if chat could stomach it. If chat could endure the CRPG life, I feel like most people in the world, the only CRPG they've ever heard of is Baldur's Gate 3. If you say any other CRPG, they're like, what's that? Is that the game where Halsin turns into a bear and takes you out back? No, what? What's RTS? Real-time strategy. Pillars of Eternity is so good. You didn't like Pillars of Eternity? Did you play the second one? Pillars of Eternity is so good. Goodness gracious. Do you just not like CRPGs, or was it specifically Pillars? Seems like nobody cares about Nell. Can you show me a boss build for her? We could update one. I don't have any updated Nell one. She is very power crept. She needs to be buffed and reworked. She also has a bunch of bugs too, so Nell's just kind of in a really unfortunate state right now. She has a bunch of bugs with her abilities. Her power output is really low, and she just needs some love. But it takes them 4 months to do it, so. It was too slow and obtuse for me. I didn't grow up with them, so I don't have the patience to learn them. Oh man. Yeah, but the thing is, once you get the patience for CRPG, like once you learn the patience for CRPGs, it's like a treasure trove. It's like discovering a new food that you love, you know? It's like you've never had pizza your whole life, and then someone shows you pizza, and then you look everywhere, and there's pizza parlors everywhere. That's CRPGs, man. You can play Tyranny, you could play Kingmaker, Wrath of the Righteous, Solaris, you could play Baldur's Gate 1, 2, and 3. You can play DOS 1 and 2. You can play Rogue Trader. Each one will get you hundreds of hours of content. You mean honor mode, play through the beach without taking a single point of damage? Goodness gracious. Angel his head to turn off looks so funny, just jumping around. Yeah, he's a weird one. How many paths for constructing your campaign in BG3? If you think BG3 has a lot of paths, you should try Wrath of the Righteous. That's why Wrath of the Righteous is probably my favorite CRPG of all time. Holy moly. If you wanted to try and do every possibility in Wrath of the Righteous, all builds, all playstyles, all paths, all story elements, all legends, you could probably play it for a year straight. No joke. Owlcat cooked with that one. Wrath of the Righteous Act 1 and 2 is more than all BG3. It really is. It really is. It's mind-boggling the amount of replayability and content there is in Wrath of the Righteous. I cannot overstate it. I cannot overstate it. You could probably make like 5,000 different classes in Wrath of the Righteous. There's like, what, like 8 different legend paths. There's like 50 different endings. It's stupid. It's stupid. Project Zomboid? I've played Project Zomboid. I haven't played in a couple years though. I get choice paralysis. Yeah, I think that's one of the challenges, and I think that's why they went with like a very simplified approach for BG3. It is very true. Tal can tell you, this happens to everybody that starts Wrath of the Righteous. You start the game and you look at the character creator and you're like, what? They're like, I want to be a rock person. Okay, do you want to be silver, or do you want to be iron, or do you want to be bronze, or do you want to be blue, or do you want to be green, or do you want to be earth, or do you want to be mountain, or do you want to be small rock? Do you want to be big rock? You're like, okay, maybe not that. I'll be a warrior. Okay, do you want to be a rider? Do you want to have a mount? Do you want to have ghost? Do you want to have big sword? Do you want to have small sword? Do you want to have 2 sword? Do you want to have axe? Do you want to have 2 axe? Do you want to have big axe? Do you want to have hammer? And you're like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So hard not to want to play all the classes or make things work. They're just the cusp of working, yeah. Can you be a stealth archer? Probably in like 30 different ways, yes. Magic stealth, personal stealth, action stealth, out of combat stealth, ambush stealth, short bow, long bow, medium bow, hand crossbow. If you can think it, it's in there. No joke. Level 40 mod in BG3. That is the one thing, like, I really wish, and hopefully with the new Divinity, they extend it out. Like, that is like my #1 gripe with Baldur's Gate 3, is that it was D&D version 5. The fact that version 5 ends at level 20 and you get most of your playstyle by level 10, your stats are limited, the abilities are limited, the cantrips are limited. And that's like my biggest gripe with BG3. It just feels like, I know for a lot of like new CRPG players, it feels like it's a lot, but for most like tabletop CRPG games or even just basic RPG games, it's actually not that much. It's very simple in BG3, unfortunately. But I think that was part of its success. I think a lot of people got into CRPGs for the first time because of BG3. And if you hit them with a Wrath of the Righteous style creator, they would have an aneurysm and close the game, you know? So I think that was part of their success, was doing that. Personally, I just wish, you know, it was a more comprehensive gameplay style. Not to say that I didn't do 5 full playthroughs of BG3, all with different classes and stuff, but, you know. Character pads, the name of the other wizard, your stealth character works. Yeah, exactly. Absorb the swarm, become a lich, become an angel, become a demon, have sex with the succubus demon and marry her. Get with the psychopath that likes to murder people and lick their blood, you know, like. Whatever you want, whatever you're feeling. What's up, Gino? I tried to watch why the scope would have been. Yeah. Did you see Maya Meltdown? No. What is that? Mecha Waifu PvPvE Mecha Break. Gotcha. What the frick? Have people been playing Dragon Sword? I saw that Saint was playing it. Oh, no. TGIF. Yeah, good, man. How are you, Gino? Once you own a Sershin car, you start seeing your car everywhere. Ooh, what's a Sershin car? A Kirshin car? With Eleanor, yeah. Hop on a good foot and do the bad thing with Foley. There's other games and other takedowns for more comprehensive. Yeah, there is. Dipping your toes into D&D 5 is a lot, and they get to be blissfully ignorant of the Hellstorm of iteration that were precursors to it. Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we're at right now, is that gaming has become so widespread that the people that make games have to be more cautious about how in-depth. Localization. Certain cars, I see, yeah. Bastion of Immortality. It was on your Instagram too, really? That's funny. Yeah, I just saw all the comments in the video saying if she played Warframe, she would know this is a compliment, and I couldn't understand it. Warframe, the cult. The insider cult. The dungeon disappeared from the map? What the frick? So they broke Hammer and Anvil and patched it and broke something else? Unlucky. Yours as well? Dang. They made an oopsie poopsie. An extremely hard game came out today, huh? 449.
Okay.
Oh, is this co-op? This is co-op, huh? Positive. Yeah, you have to do it co-op. Dang. It's Sen's birthday today, right? Thought they pulled it off because of glitches or something. Oh, this dungeon? Well, it's still working. Foley is hot. Hey, man. That's awesome. I'm glad people love it. I'd have to farm it and do it. Isn't she the ink girl? She does like painting and stuff? What kind of role does she fill? Is she like a mobber? I was trying to do, where do I find that? I've lost it. I'm not sure, Tal, because it's only for returning players, so I don't have it on my game. So I couldn't be able to tell you. Utility? She has Toon 4s, like Splatoon? No. AoE killer, nice. Oh, reality warping. The Takaba effect. The encore effect. Oopsie, and gave her Quinn size on her abilities? Is that the fan weapon? Bladed fan. Was it events? Okay, good. Good to know. Smite HP percent. That's kind of insane, right? Does it work on elites and stuff? Actually, well, yeah, sorry. Actually, does anyone want to? Does anyone want an onslaught? Any onslaughts? Oh my god. Oh my god. No, 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 dee, 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 no, no. Three rolls, move on, I guess. I rolled so many echoes yesterday. I was on a business call and I was just sitting there, just like optimizing my characters in woo-wah. How'd it go? Pretty good. I mean, I think I got 30 on tower, 4,000 on Weewa, and 22,000 on end state. So definitely not the best, but got most of the rewards. I obviously have a bunch of optimizing to do. What is Void Erosion Purge? Just for weapon cores. They want to do some onslaught? I guess I can just queue. Gonna build for it? No worries. No worries, bro. No worries, bro. It's your next quest. Go get it done, man. Go get her done. By reevaluating your character order? Yeah, I just kind of did it based on the resistances. But I don't really have... Okay, Colonel wants to play? Okay. I don't really have a lot of depth, right? Well, I don't have a lot of optimized depth because I haven't been doing endgame for so long. Bum, 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 bum. Really, the only team I'm like super confident in right now is my Furlova team. I juiced out my Lucy team, and I'm still not that impressed with her. It's okay. I mean, it's S0 Lucy, S0 Rebecca, and I'm using Verena with no signatures, but still, and I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't blow my mind. It's decent Spectro damage. Like A tier, yeah, it's okay. The thing is, like, I'm like mixed on it because I used it in Weewa too. I'm mixed on it because Lucy has a bunch of grouping mechanics, but also has a lot of, like, Lucy and Rebecca also have a lot of ground slams that cause the enemies to scatter. So like, you group them and then immediately scatter them, and then group them and then scatter them, and you're just doing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And sometimes you scatter them really far. There's a huge pain in the butt. But of course, my Queen Furlova just dominates. Turn the game and 8 more mastery, so I guess this one's dead for now. Start pumping some mastery, do some Sigma and stuff. Farm Hammer and Anvil, wherever that weapon is. Get Hammer and Anvil. Like, just do a Nez and Hammer and Anvil, and then do a Plasma Bullet build, and you can clear everything in the game. Everything in the game. You could use Plasma Bullet with Hammer and Anvil for everything in the game. And it's indiscriminate. It kills yellow void shields, blue void shields, single target, AoE. It's beautiful. Like slamming my face into the faces of enemies with Serena? You can do that too. If only, it told me, if only. If only. They just threw me, I guess, huh? No good buff for me. What's up, Sarah? Get the arcade tuning stuff too. You will get arcade tuning experience, yeah. You will. And I think the mutant cells just come from boxes now. I think some are in Sigma Sector. No, I haven't done exploration. It took the whole time to do end game stuff. I finished the Vampire Survivor event and then did end game. It took forever, and I was on a call most of the time too, so I had to keep stopping. But now we're a lot more optimized for next reset, which should be good. And then we can focus on exploration. Keep on tab. You're really always dealing one at a time. Yeah. Yeah, because Weewat will reset in like what, like a week, and then Toa and End State is like 3 weeks, right? So, where are we going? But yeah, I optimized my Frollo team. Got a new weapon for Rochia, the Battle Pass weapon with crit on it. I optimized Cantarella. I got my Lucy team built out finally. I fixed up Lupa. Now I'm kind of like out of resources. Augusta, you know, that's on the list. I should have done outgummy damage. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, Sun and Moon could be good. And also, if I fix up Sun and Moon, I can just slot in Jingran once he comes out if I get him. I'm pretty sure Jingran will just literally be a hot swap for Augusta and Sun and Moon. And I'm assuming he'll parse higher than Augusta will as well. I probably would have gotten 4,500 on Weewa if I could use literally any of the buffs. Well, I guess the Lucy team could use the buffs, but I don't think Lucy's all that strong. The other two were, there was a buff for Yang Yang and a buff for Hiyuki. Of which I have neither, so it was kind of a grief. Black Desert Online, yeah, I played a bunch of Black Desert. I love Black Desert, it's a great game. Lucy got a strong damage made over 10k with her? What, you did 10k in Weewa with Lucy? Do you have Sig? Maybe I just suck. Oh, an end state. And oh, for single team though, that's really good. Or are you talking about total? Are you talking about single team, Claire? Your Lucy did 10k one team? That's insane. Who's your support? I'm using Verena. Mornier. Do you have S1 Mornier? I mean, S1 Mornier is better than Verena. S1, okay. Dang, yeah, that's insane. That's really good. I got some practicing to do, I guess. What's up, Big Ron? What up, what up? Oh, ba 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 ba. I just said matches are going well. There's a mistake in there. Yeah, I mean it's fun to optimize. It's just there are some enemies I really despise. Like I really hate fighting them. They're so annoying. And it's obviously designed for certain characters. Like if you fight the spaceman, like you're not using like Luke, Brant, or Imith, and he goes up in the air and you're just like looking up at him like, can you come down here and fight me? And he's like, no, no. I'm up here now, and this is where I live. Okay, spaceman. Okay. Neat. Or like when Reactor Husk dashes from one end of the arena to the other end and then back to the other end. Get back here! Where are you going? Or the Lampy Lumen? I don't know. I don't know if this was a bug. I literally last night I had in tower. I had Lampy Lumen do the slug trail dash 3 times back to back. Adam David Daily Ogaman. 3 times back to back. I have never seen him do that before, and it was awful. I lost like 15 seconds. Because he does the little slug trail, and if he does that, he dashes from one end of the arena to the other, but he leaves the freezing path. So if you follow him directly, you get frozen. So he did one, and then another, and then another. And I swear to God, I wasted like, it was like 18 seconds chasing after the mother trucker. I'm like, what, get back here. Fight me. You have to run, yeah, you have to run all the way over, yep. And then he teleports to the middle when he does his triple slam. So he'll do the dash and then teleport away. It's crazy. I will, Big Ron, yeah, I think we'll do that today. So like he'll dash to the edge and you follow him, get frozen, or go around him to not get frozen. And then as soon as you get there, he blinks to the middle and starts slamming. Which would be fine if it wasn't timed. Aside from Blair, Bunny, and Nez, Valve, are there any descendants that can do Onslaught Stage 4? Those are definitely the best ones. They're not the only ones. You can do Harris and Daya. Harris and Daya can do fine. Actually, very, very well, I should say. Who else? If you have a good team, you can run a Yujin. He's dead. Where is he? I can't see. Where is he? I can't see. Hello? Oh, he's up. This man's have to learn to from the Skyrim dragons? Yeah, seriously. Seriously. The worst is very early on in tower, they included Jue in the tower as well. I think they've stopped doing it because everyone complained, but holy God, that was the worst. Because all Jue does is spiral around the arena at the top. He just flies around. And then he spins, and then flies around, and then spins and flies around. And like, you're trying to do that in 5 minutes? God awful. Hecate's bad too, but at least you can counter her and knock her down. I want to say that we were in her oldest at the end of the year. Who? Oh, Haley? Haley, yeah. Haley needs to rework her fourth about 4 seconds. She's getting an ultimate soon. September. Oh, 2 months. Fight designed for having Jinshi, it's not even. You still waste a ton of time even if you're using Jinshi. He just flies around a lot. He's just god awful. And I don't think he's been in tower ever since then. I think they realized how dumb it was. I'm dead good. Booted by the chain. I died after the game ended. It's crazy. How crazy is that, man? Pretty crazy, man. Oh, you can use the SCMO as well in Onslaught 4. He's a little chunky. Like, he has a lot of animation locks, so he feels kind of sluggish, but other than that, he's good to go, man. Why is there a burger skin? Why not? Why wasn't there a burger skin sooner? You ever think about that? You ever put that in your pipe and smoke it? Gonna be floor PvP, you need to know how to play them well or anything worthwhile. Yeah, you kind of have to go for the big targets. If you're doing Mad Bomber anyways. Take Colossus damage, go for the big targets. The Ida Eta at its most peak tumor growth. Well, hopefully if I can get this thing I'm working on, we can start doing more. I'm kind of working on it for a couple weeks now. Hopefully it comes to fruition. Chai Lily's playing Silver Palace. Is there a beta? Pyro for 1 billion with condensed. Damn, do you have a good AM? Make it easier for the crybabies on Ita Eta? You mean the tourists? The LARPers? I bet they only have like 1,000 hours or something, casuals. I could do that in 1 afternoon. Kappa. hate the word LARPing. What have we become? Just judgmental people. It's always been the case though. Double credit yellow, damn. I'm seeing a lot of new things. I don't even know what mission you're running. This is Onslaught 4. This one's brand new. This one's brand new. Hot off the presses. Got that new car smell. Why do I jump so much with this build? I don't know. Probably because everyone's trying to throw the meatball downward. Still got the bunny cave in me. Meatball hitting OS for billions? Damn, the meatball. The meatball. Let me meet your meatball. All Epics now grounded on Axiom Plains? Really? Yo, what's up, Jacob? How are you? Ow. Yeah, Blair's in a good spot, man. They, I gotta hand it to them. They did good. Now, if only every rework was this good, you know? Have the Blair dev do all the reworks, please. Big spice meatballs everywhere? Yeah, do it. Get that meatball build. He can't be good as he is a man. That's true. He does have a wiener. Allegedly. We must make him weak and forgotten and give him only goofy skins that look weird. Turn him into the jester that men are. Imagine being a man. Couldn't be me. Surely not. Na 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 na. Ooh, look at the suck. Look at the suck. Did they remove Valby? Yeah, they did. They did. She has some strong builds now. If that is what you care about. I hate how many like useless buffs they put into Onslaught. The amount of times I roll for 9 cards and all of them are useless is actually like, it feels like 30-40% of the time I get nothing of value. You know, like, they made it so much more common now with all the garbage they put in. They just flooded it with a bunch of doo-doo. And now, like, there are a bunch of Onslaught. Like, this Onslaught and last Onslaught, I haven't seen Offense Master not even one time. And I re-rolled, like, every time. And I'm just saying, they will come in. Some of the HPMP is terrible. Well, yeah, and then you get, like, am I gonna take 135% to 900% damage, or I get 135% more fragments for turrets? Like, am I gonna get 900% damage, or I can crawl around on the ground longer when I'm dead? Like, in no universe are those things even remotely equatable. They're not even close. It's like, would you like to walk 2,000 miles or fly in a plane? I'll walk. See you in 3 weeks. Like, what? What are we talking about here? What are we doing? I paid $6.9 for Freda skin. She needs a rework. She's getting one next month, or 2 months, in September. More Boon Bane cards? Yeah, they have a hard time balancing already. Kiss Curse is a very difficult thing to balance properly. Because if you get it wrong, then it's like the On Death ones where you're forced to do it. Because the power is so high, and then, you know, but the negative is something you just have to live with, you know? Working on content and scans as revenue? Yeah, they're doing their darndest. It seems like they might have hired somebody that has better game design sense, so hopefully that trend continues. I do think it is one of their weakest areas. They just don't really have a good, like their skill set for game design is rather weak, is the problem. And if they can fix that, I think it'll benefit them greatly. But with the Blair rework and some of these global changes, it seems like they might have gotten somebody new. But he does do nothing, yeah. The problem with Kiss Curse is if the kiss is high enough, it forces everyone to live with the curse. It's like Surrender to Madness for Shadow Priest in World of Warcraft. Surrender to Madness, for anyone who didn't play like Legion in World of Warcraft, it was this mode for Shadow Priest where you activate it and a timer starts that you can keep refreshing the more you do things. However, when the timer ends, you die. And so because you die at the end of the timer, they gave Shadow Priest insane power until they die. But it created a big problem because their power inside of Surrender to Madness was so unbelievably high that every Shadow Priest had to take Surrender to Madness. That also meant the people that weren't that good at Shadow Priest couldn't keep it going very long. So then Shadow Priests were dying all the time. Like they would activate and die and activate and die and activate and die, and healers were getting upset because Shadow Priests were either underperforming or dead all the time, and it just creates a very weird paradigm where it's like you have to take the kiss, but the curse is so severe that you see it all the time and not everyone can deal with it. And yeah, so doing Kiss Curse like that is an art form for game design, and generally for beginner game designers, it's not a good idea. You don't want to do Kiss Curse. Pepper's Farm remembers, I didn't give up right away, I played. Discord, was someone posted a video of them walking for 22 hours instead of flying? Where did they go? Are they on a hike or something? I don't have ahead of the curve. Well, I mean, you said play. All you said was, I remember when you said he was gonna play, and I did play. I just didn't get ahead of the curve. You didn't say, I remember when he said he was gonna get ahead of the curve, you said, when is he gonna play? And I did say I would play, and I did play. So QED asked and answered. The miniguns are ridiculous. Any enemy in this mode that has a gun they have hit scan and they do crazy damage. They're very, very overtuned. They have a 600 quid for a skin day one. Yeah, they're gonna buff Freyna in September. So don't worry. Hopefully they do it well, though. Hopefully. I was talking to Seven to it the other day. Seven seems pretty confident that they're going to get it right. But he's kind of like a Freyna main. Freyna Glay main, so. They did dial them back? I don't think they dialed back the Gunners. Did they? One is fire, one is poison. I'm dying! Get a crit resistance buff and it takes forever to kill them. Yarr. I don't know. Rampage, it might be a little late for Rampage, but yeah, it's definitely a little late for Rampage. Just a little bit. Bow, bow. The buff lasts for 15 seconds. Goodness gracious. You're addicted, core driver? Nice. Hey man, it's nice to have a game you like. It's always nice to have a game you like a lot. It's a pleasure. Boom, boom, boom. Not the guns. Not the guns. Not the guns. Not the guns. Toasty, what's up, Tess? How are you? Have you baked anything recently? Multiple layers apply, flowers debug. Does the game apply all of them? I doubt it stacks. I mean, you can kind of see it up at the top, right? I think it's just one instance of it. Baking the cake right now? Gameplay of the new action RPG Forsaken Realms. I saw a little bit of it, but I don't think it was. I don't think I saw it too much. I remember seeing it. Hey, some other things. Share us the food pics, or else. Or else. I got a biochip. Am I full? I have 9 chippies. Not great, but not bad. Sometimes maybe yes, sometimes maybe no. How's my AM going to the Lost and Found? Yep. 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 Cards kill my damage, I know, bro. Onslaught is so RNG, it's crazy. All right, we're at 40 out of 100. Wait, so if it goes to Lost and Found, does it not roll the double gold? How does that work? If it's Onslaught and it goes to Lost and Found, do you lose the benefit? I wonder. Hopefully not. It still does, but you can't see it. Okay, good. Okay, good. So it like rolls when you. It rolls when you. Ooh. When you pick it up, I guess. Chocolate. Is that mousse or like a fudge or something? Ooh, all bread. Everybody loves bread. Oh, that's ganache. Ooh, yummy. How long did the cake last? This is like a cream cheese frosting. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Ba 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 ba. 1 second, chat. BRB. All right, I'm back. I got some coffee. Baby got back. Gameplay? Cake? What cake? You just have cake? What's up, Strad? There was cake. Are you talking about Tessa's cake? Definitely. Her chocolate cake looked great. Yummy, yummy. Whipped mascarpone cream. Oh my God. Oh my giggles. Oh my gracious. Oh my goodness. What can I go for right now? Maybe some good old fashioned cheesecake, New York cheesecake with like a strawberry or cherry reduction on top. Happy Friday. All right, let's do this. Ha hoo hee ha hoo hee ha hoo wah wah wah. Is this the new one? This is the new one, right? I didn't think I'd ever be making a Blair build, if you can believe it. Cheesecake, cheesecake. Oreos and milk are my new future. Ooh, Oreos and milk. Milk and cereal, milk and cereal, cereal and milk, cereal and milk, cereal and milk, cereal and milk. Milk and cereal, milk and cereal, cereal and milk, cereal and milk. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Nice strawberry mochi in the hot sun. Ooh. Where's that video on the game you were supposed to make? On Welcome to the Game 3? We'll do it this weekend, I think. Adam just changed some stuff, so like reworked a bunch of things and all that business. Boom, boom, na 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 na. Tell him to stop. I think he did stop. I think he said he was gonna take a little vacay. Much deserved. It's tough being a solo dev. Claim your goodies from the Assemble event? Yeah, definitely, chat. If you forgot, go to events, Assemble, and then make sure you do all these and claim them. I haven't done these yet. You have to click on it, otherwise you don't claim it. Black Forest cake would be delicious. Ooh. Oh my goodness. I had a flan. No, was it? No, what's the other? It's not flan, but it's similar. It's very soggy. What is it? It's not flan. I wasn't a flan, was it? No, it wasn't a flan. It's the. I think it is Mexican. Yeah, trileches. Yeah, I had one of those, and now I don't want to have another one for a very long time. Oh my God! It made me. It wasn't that it was bad. It's that like I ate it. It was kind of small, and I ate it in one go. Like I ate the whole thing. I was like and I wanted to die. Like I wanted to die. I felt so gross. I felt like my body was like going into shock. I was like, it was like soggy and like sweet and oily and my body was like rejecting it. I couldn't tell if I wanted to throw up or not. Like I just felt sick. It was really gross. Like it tasted good. I just felt gross. Yeah, it was too rich. It was like beyond. It was like also like the texture and mouthfeel too. Like it was just really soggy. I mean, that's what tres leches is. Like it soaks into the cake, right? But I wanted to die. I felt so sick. And now I don't think I'll have another tres leches in a long time. It was too much. Oh God. You vibrated your body. I just felt like I was like turning into sludge and melting to the floor. Like my body was like rejecting everything. That's Taco Bell. Ugh. I can't remember last time I had tres leches, but yeah, it was too much. It's too much. What am I looking for? What am I doing? I was just doing something, wasn't I? Try thing today, seen a video game breakdown of a solo dev on a game sold on Steam. Kind of impressing the money he earned for that kind of time commitment. Yeah, and it's kind of sad too, because solo dev is so disparate, right? Like you have the Mecha Chameleons and the Lethal Companies and the content warnings of the world, and then you also have tons of games that are awesome that don't do crazy numbers. It's very sad. You tried Russian Spartak cake? I don't think so. Maybe I have. I mean, I've had a lot of stuff while traveling, but I can't say that I remembered the name of everything. Maybe I have had it. Usually when I travel, I used to travel for work a lot, I would always try to eat as much of the local food that I could. Like I would force myself to try everything that was local in that area just so I could experience it once, you know? So I've had some really crazy stuff that I will definitely never want to eat again, but you don't know that until you try it, you know what I mean? Like I've had snake blood soup, I've had fried tarantula, fried scorpion, I've had, what is that slave food in Brazil? Does anyone know? It was like back in the day when there were like slaves and the rich in Brazil. Basically, the slaves would take all the excess leftover stuff and like merge it into a big old casserole and put black beans and rice with it. But it was like tongue and feet and liver and like a bunch of fat and stuff, and they would merge it all together. I had like the authentic version of that, and it was nasty. I forget what it's called. Haggis? No, that's sheep stomach. What is the bean and rice? What is it called? Oh, feijoada. Feijoada. Yeah, they had ears and trotters, black beans and stuff like that. You ever had feijoada? Modern feijoada is good. I had like authentic feijoada, which was not good. I did not like it at all. But modern feijoada is good. So what they would do is they would basically, and this is like the legend, is back in the day when there was like, you know, serving class and the rich class, they would prepare the food for the rich, and then because the slaves needed to eat, they would just take everything that was left over, mix it with black beans and rice, and eat it. And so it's literally like hoof and tongue and heart and like basically whatever was left over in the butchery, they would just take a big old butcher knife and scoop it into a pan and cook it up. And it was nasty. But like if you get modern feijoada, it is good. Like, because they make it more palatable. It's basically just meat, various kinds of meat, black beans and rice with like servings of fruits and stuff on the side. Modern feijoada is good, and they'll even make it like more legitimate, like sausage and like beef and stuff like that. But yeah, like the original feijoada, I had OG, and it was someone had me eat, when I was in Australia, one of the locals had me eat Vegemite with a spoon. It was horrible. It was so gross. Like literally just right out of the jar with a spoon. Vegemite. And it was so bad. It was so bad. Yeah, you're not supposed to eat with a spoon. Usually, I think in Australia, they spread it on toast with butter. Like it's like a mixture of other things. They'll use it as like a topping or garnish or something. Nemesis, thank you for the 65 streak. Thanks for streaking. Thanks for streaking. Oh, sorry. If you guys got auto modded, I had I'll probably have to leave it on because I think I got to do another thing today. But It's a very little bit on a piece of toast. I had it with a spoon, like a full spoon scoop of Vegemite straight into the mouth. It was disgusting. I also had, when I was in Sweden, I had surströmming. Oh. Oh. And in China, I had stinky tofu, also disgusting. The taste was fine. It was the smell that was so bad. Bude jjigae, the army stew, yeah. Army stew with a hardtack. What's up, Kuya? Did you do that thing where they pour hot meat into a bag of chips and you eat it out of the bag? No, I've never done that. Is that good? As right as the words about that you have to do a ton of it in order to eat it is wild. I'm sure if you like had Vegemite for brekkie on your toast every morning, you would get adapted to it. Some of those things, they have a really strong flavor, but you get adjusted and then you start to like it. But yeah, you're not supposed to, it's supposed to be served the correct way so it's palatable, you know? You don't want it to be, whatever. You ever had a walking taco? No, is it the bag? That's the thing you do at like festivals and stuff, right? I don't think I've ever had that. I think I've ever had that. Bourdain doing it again at a fishing village. This is cool. Top Bun! Thank you for the 55 months! 6-month streak. Let's go. Oh, wait, no, did you do 6 months in advance? Or is that a streak? I can't even tell with Twitch. Thank you. How are you, Top Bun? How are you? Did you have any worms today? It's very comforting me on a cold winter day. Damn. You're on a 27-month streak. It says 6 months. Did you do in advance? It says resubscribe for 6 months. 55 total. So is that not the streak? Or did you do in advance? You're bad. Uh-oh. We gotta get the shotgun. Mo naengmyeon. Dude, I am craving some Korean food. I kind of want to like, there's a Korean restaurant authentic near me and I've been dying to go try it out. I don't know what I would get though. I haven't had a good like Korean pancake in a while. You know, like those Korean authentic like meat or kimchi pancakes. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Client's office is an Empire State Building. Go to town. Wait, Empire State Building? Well, go get one. Patreon, yeah, it's really good when it's done well. Permanent Korean ramen has become my favorite in a while, so I want to try their street cheese hot dogs. Tofu Village? Tofu Village. I'll look it up. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. Okay, what are we doing for the dingleberry? You don't need duration here, right? You just need crit damage singular? Crit damage singular fire, probably? Skill crit damage, skill fire boost. Does it need boost or modifier? Probably just boost, right? I think just boost. Where do you usually see the modifier? Am I crazy? I thought it was here. Bong, bong, bing, 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 bong. Bong, bong, bing, 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 bong. 1 and 4 in the puddle, yeah. You just need boost for the burst. So it would be fire boost and singular boost. You can't do durations out of his 4, doesn't absorb the pools. A little bit of duration is very good. That's why I have it on my AM. Just because the puddles lasting longer is very nice for stacking the crit. Well, it's good for stacking the crit and just dealing AoE damage in mob settings. Singular boost, fire boost, duration, skill duration. Ba-boom, ba-na-na-na-boom. Ba 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 bee 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 bo bee 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 bo. Bada boo booty beady beady boo booty ba. Cooldown. Range. HP. Pretty much it, right? Dance it out, Top Bud. Why do you need to go to the Empire State Building? How? Wait, are you not at home right now? That's where the clients are. Like, do you have to fly or what? Like, what? How are you? What? Oh, but are you gonna do a remote or are you traveling? Are they making you travel? Well, you gotta put Eddie away and get on a plane? She plans to walk. Henceforth, man shall walk. Sipping coconuts. Right, but if they're, why does it matter if it's remote? Why does it matter if it's at the Empire State Building? Or are Empire State Building people just snobby? Is that what it is? You said you were getting a shotgun? I'll get a shotgun. I'll do it. I'll do it. Take him out back, show him the 50 states. That's game, but the end game still seems pretty dry. Do I need to shut up and just try it again? I mean, it's free to play, Poop Boy. If you are interested in the game at all, I would say, yeah, jump on and give it the old college try. And then if you find you don't like it, you can jump off, you know? Yeah, I saw it sends B-Day today. That's where you can find them? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, all right, all right, okay, all right. Okay, all right, all right. Chat, do you want to hear some Pokemon lore? Want to hear some Pokemon lore? Do you guys know that in the Pokemon universe, the letter R is interchangeable with the number 9, but it only goes one way. That's because 9 can't R, but R can 9. Shut up. Boo! Boo! Get him out of here! Boo! Heckin' got him, dude. Heckin' got him. Boo, Ben Knoblauer! Boo! Heckin' got him, bro. Nope, you're stuck with me. You're stuck with me, haha.
Hey there, what can I help you
Just trying to make Top Bun's day better, you know? Is that so wrong? Thought this was America. Thought this was America. Ba 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 booby bee bee bo. Do 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 do. Another reflex double gold. Oh, maxed, but it didn't work because I didn't get it at first. You get it because there's a Pokemon named Arcanine. 9 can't R, but R can 9. Arcanine. You get it? The dog? You know the dog? Do you know the dog Pokemon? The big dog? But what if you don't know that? Then learn more Pokemon. Jesus. Not at the cost of all of chat's sanity? chat loved it. They loved it. They loved it. Chat loves dad jokes through and through. How can I learn if all you're telling is jokes? You just did, though. You just learned. Toasters were the first form of pop-up notifications. Why are ghosts bad liars? Because you can see right through them. What's up, George? Good to see ya. Doing good. How you doing? You precisely nothing about Pokemon? Pokemon's fun to learn about. Like, what's that snail Pokemon that they like put a typo in the Pokedex and said that like the surface of his shell is like 18,000 Fahrenheit or something, which is like hotter than the surface of the sun. And this little snail is just crawling around, slugging all over the floor. A literal nuclear fusion reactor. Hated both of those. Wow, you're just full of anger today, aren't you? Here, does this make you feel better? Do you feel better? Are you ready for your hot girl summer? Did you pick out your swimsuit? What is happening? I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows anymore, bro. You did? What did you go with? A tasteful one piece? A two piece with lots of straps? One single napkin tactfully placed? The flesh of your enemies? Wrapped and bound? Glad to hear it, Canes. A sock? A piece of floss, exactly. Black one piece, always just various cuts. See, what people don't know, and this is the problem with people without class, you know? You always hear people be like, oh, well, you know, one pieces aren't sexy. And this is what like people just don't understand. One pieces can be way sexier if you know how to pick them. There are some very, very sexy one pieces that can be so spicy smoky. Especially if they do like shapes and stuff, like they do like the cookie cutter, like with the side and whatever, like little tactfully placed gold tassels and silver things that call your eye to it, you know what I mean? You never know, the power. Viessa has one, does she? Yeah, people that think one pieces are like for grannies don't know what they're talking about. They literally don't know what they're talking about. Does she? Yeah, see? Got like the side cut, it's very strappy. Sometimes it's the things you don't show that are even hotter. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes. No. OG Bikini Viessa is goated? I wouldn't know. I'm a fake fan. Bum 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 bum. Is this what I want? Boom. I like the original Valby one with the jacket. I did like that one. And then oh, and the Luna one with the crazy hair. Crazy hair Luna? You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys know Crazy Hair Luna? Valby jacket's not even in the shop? Wait, can you not even see it? That was like one of the very first ones. Would you ever have a long hair arc? I had long hair. I had like a broccoli head in middle school. And then in high school, I was in ROTC, so I had to have a high and tight. And then I quit ROTC for my senior year and grew my hair out, and I had like crazy mangy hair. And then it went short again, and I started doing my whatever. The broccoli head is back. We could do a long hair arc. Subathon reward. Where's the Balby? Can you even see the Balby one? The original? It's not that one. It's not even down here. Can you even see it? Is it not even visible? This one's kind of cute. We have all OGs so people stop asking for them. Got it. Yeah, the jacket one was pretty peak. It was very Balby. Show pics? I probably have them somewhere. My mom gave me a bowl cut in elementary school. Ooh, a bowl cut. OG Balby suit is very nice. Can you see in the customized screen? Are you sure? I can't see it. I don't see it. This one? Can't see the S's either, dang. What a long ponytail, ever had that? No, I think the longest it's ever been is like down to my back, but that was like very young. I was very young. She's so shiny, bro. What? Close your eyes. Back to the shark. Are those toddlers with rat tails? Something like that. Something like that. It was very short-lived. I had, I went through a phase in like middle school, early high school, where I only wore button-up shirts, and I had like the short, slicked-up hair in the front. You know what I mean? You know, like those young kids that don't like they haven't found their style yet, and it's literally just like the swoop-to-whoop. It was so bad. I also at one point did all spiky hair, and then like those like one-day hair dyes where you can make your like turn the tips of your hair silver. I was such a bozo. What a bozo. Like Johnny Bravo? No, like a little short swoop-to-whoop. You know what I mean? Johnny Bravo has like the big, very voluminous. Very voluminous. What am I doing? Need visual aid? No, these are all like nice photos. It wasn't nice. These are all like nice photos. It wasn't nice. Bro, all these kids have like barber haircuts. Bro, like, what is this? Is this what young kids are today? Where's like the little shithead haircut? You know what I mean? Like, they're getting like barber professional. I'm talking about the haircuts your mom did for you with a pair of rusty scissors. What happened to our youth? All these, look, what is this? Who's affording these haircuts? What the? Like, what? It's not even these, bro. I can't even like find a good representation of it. Everyone's just rich and has access to barbers these days, I guess. I don't know, dude. I can't even find it. All of these are like good haircuts on little kids. Maybe you specify early 2000s. Little kid bad gel haircut 2000s. Yeah, this. There you go. You were right. That's what I'm talking about. That's more like it. I rocked that for a while. This was all the rage back then. No fade, no taper, no volume, bad gel. Just some ugly, disgusting, vile haircut. Like the nasty kind of stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. I guess back then we hadn't, yeah, just a ton of gel. And gel back then was very simple. It was basically glue. You were just putting glue in your hair is what you were doing. Is there Silver? I see Shy Lily is playing Silver Palace. Does she have early access? Or I wonder if there's like a beta today? So much gel, it made your acne worse? It did, and then it was like hard to shower the next day. I'm guessing just over the last 25 years, we've gotten better at making hair products. We've gotten better at making everything, because you guys remember, do you remember, there was a time, it depends how old you are, there was a time where literally you had to separate your colors and your whites. Does everyone remember being told that you never put colors in with whites in the wash? Like it was like forbidden. And that's because back then, the quality of our clothing dye was so bad that it would bleed. And so if you put your white shirt in with colors, it would almost always change into that color. Nowadays, you don't have to do that unless it's like very specific garments. Sometimes like, you know, with some like polyesters and stuff like that, it will still bleed a little bit. But we've gotten so good at making dyes now that universal wisdom doesn't apply universally anymore. There are a lot of people, like most people nowadays, unless they have very nice garments and very nice clothing, you can put them all into one wash and it's not a big deal. Like it's almost never gonna bleed because the dyes are so good now. But back in the day, it was a serious thing. I remember I've turned like underwear, t-shirts, wife beaters and stuff, pure blue or pure pink, just because back in the day, the dye was so bad, it would always bleed. Yeah, and then I used to get like dark wash jeans. I was such a little hipster. And the dark wash denim, if you did dark wash and you basically, I remember you had to, what was it? You had to like, if you got a dark wash denim, like jeans, you'd have to like not wash it for like, what was it? Like 40 days or something? Like you couldn't wash dark wash jeans for like a month and a half until the dye and everything had fully set in on it. If they were brand new, then you could wash it once and then you had to wait like a month and then you could wash it normally after that. Hipster arc, yeah, I was like really into Zoo York and like hipster clothes and all that. I dated some fashionistas for a little while, you know. Yeah. Your shows could turn blue from your jeans. Yep. Like your ankles would get all blue. Yep. Were you a tight pants enjoyer? For a very short while, one of my exes, she made me wear them because she thought they were hot. I hated them so much. I genuinely hated them so much. And then I just stopped wearing them because I disliked it so much. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of impressive what a hot girl can convince you to do, especially when you're young, you know? Yes, princess, you are beautiful and I love you very much. I will do that, even though that sounds horrible. Sure. Sure, why not? And you get older and start to realize where your boundaries are. You know? Doing real. Ugh, men. The worst. The worst, bro. No, I mean, I'm just one of those people that like when you care about someone, you want to learn everything about them and what they like, and you get into their hobbies too, and you support what they do. And I'm a naturally curious person. I like to learn about anything and everything. You guys know my curiosity knows no bounds. I will learn about anything and everything. And so, you know, If I date a girl that's into, I don't know, freaking some random hobby, I'll get into it as well and learn about it and do it with her, and you know. So over time, you pick up stuff. What's up, Mr. Spruce? How are you? Hobby horsing, yeah. Sometimes it's fun to like just see the world through someone else's eyes and learn about something you don't really know anything about. You know, I dated a dancer girl once, and I learned all about leotards and butt glue and what happens to your toes when you smash them too much, and you know, things that I normally would never have learned about it, but I ended up learning about it. You know what I mean? Premier League era, ooh, tea time, tea time. Boo. Boop, 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 boop. What do we need here? We're kind of at max range anyways, huh? We don't need cooldown. Wait, does this go over cap? I forget. Does anyone know if RK circulation tag, does this go over cap? No, right? It doesn't. Okay, thank you. What happens to your chat if you remove the Pringles emote? Well, turn it on for subathons, okay? Or you better be curious and open than to be closed-minded and shallow. Exactly. Exactly. PoE 1 new league starting soon. I've basically sworn off of PoE 1 after PoE 2 came out. I have not gone back to PoE 1 since PoE 2. Doesn't have a subathon for years. My last subathon was like a couple months ago. Basically yesterday. Basically. You don't really need any of this stuff. I guess you do DR. I guess you could do combat adaptation, or you could do HP recovery, I guess. You don't need MP or HP really in this build. The sustain is so high. I guess you could do DR, or you could just double DR movement speed, I guess. Yo, mama, you leave my mother out of this. She is a saint. Rude. Rude. Chat, I want to try doing I want to try doing one of those face filters streams just for fun. Just to see how it goes. Would you still watch me if I was just an eyes and a mouth, chat? Would you? Boom, 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 boom. Cooking stream, ooh. Potato head? No, I wouldn't be a vegetable or a peanut, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, basically that, Ford. Full VTuber. Part of me wonders, right? Because like there are so many people nowadays that are just streamers, just being streamers. I feel like, you know, having something that is different, that stands out a lot more, is probably really useful. Of just like, you know, it at least makes it seem different. I guess you could do rounds here. I don't know. It doesn't matter what fellow you choose for this build. Never show myself when streaming. I'm just a disembodied voice. Well, you're a woman. There's different rules, I feel like. As a 6'3" man, I feel like I'm less likely to be stalked and murdered in a dark alley, so, you know. Also, to be fair, my shot at anonymity went out the window a long time ago, considering I had a professional career with my full legal name. You know? Come back a succubus? Yeah, I could be a super sexy, big boobied VTuber, chat. Wowee. As long as something isn't grotesque. So, what I was thinking, this was my idea, is to be an elemental. And then there could be channel point redemptions to change my element. So I could be like an earth elemental, and you could like spend points to turn me into a fire elemental, and then I would just have the eyes and the mouth. Could even do stuff like maybe my behavior changes based on what element, like water elemental is like super chill. And if you think I'm being angry bear, you can turn me into a water elemental or something. I don't know. I don't know, bro. What do I know? And maybe like chaos elemental when I'm like crashing out. Bum 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 bum. Do. Dun 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 no 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 no. Looking? That'd be kind of cool. You think so? Would you like that? Why are we looking? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Yo, mama, stop looking at my mama. Get your first corn yesterday? Your very own corn. That's pretty huge, man. Having your own, eating your own vegetables is crazy. Dun, 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 dun. Is not doing a bear or dog model to avoid the furly? Yeah, that's. I was thinking. I was for a little while gonna try and do VTubing. It's just so expensive for an experiment. But like, if I did do VTubing, I would do non-humanoid. I was thinking like you know how Mephisto is like an undead wolf or something. But I guess you're right. There would be some other things going on there. I would want to be like a Diablo boss or something if I was. Some kind of freaky deaky Diablo boss. Lean in. Yeah, lean in. I'm just wondering, am I limiting, like, you know, how many just people sitting in chair playing game are there now in the streaming game? Millions. Like, it's so common. And I wonder if part of, like, you know, people like Peanut, I feel like it's easier to, hey, did you go watch that guy in his chair playing a game, is very different than, hey, did you see that talking Peanut? You know, like having something that's a little bit more like word of mouth worthy could definitely be whatever. And also, to be fair, I haven't really done like character streams in a very long time. You know? Like having fun character streams. Earthworm Jim. Kirby, a fizz gig. What the frick? What the frick? Are these wrong? HP defense, HP defense, HP defense. You know what's great about making builds in TFD is most of the builds are exactly the same. Smile. Sugma worm? Oh. But like, if I did something like that, it would allow for more channel point spending, right? Because like, once you're like a separate entity, you can like throw things at the model, you can make changes to the model, hook it up with points and stuff like that. But build diversity, yeah. I don't think I've ever changed, except for maybe the SEMO build was the only build where I changed the stats and cores on external components. Like it's almost exact, it's literally the exact same MP, HP, defense. Done. End of story, that's it. That's the end. 8-bit avatar, yeah. Yeah, could do that, yeah. Could do that, yeah. Okay, and then this doesn't need a weapon. You can just do sprint, speed, secret garden. Hey, what's the TLD on Blair? He's good. He's in a good spot. He's not broken, but I don't know if they want to be aiming for every character to be Inez or Val be broken or Bunny broken. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that shouldn't be the target, anyways. What's up, PC? New modules for less negative stats. Yeah, the new modules are nice. It's a step in the right direction. And I hope they do more of like the stat rethinking like they did with the cooldown. Boom, boom, boom. Do you have resistance or a scam? Yeah, it's a useless stat that does absolutely nothing. My system can be so instantly based off certain other modding systems, but the complete opposite. Yeah. Yeah, and they're kind of at that point too, where like, if they change it, does that create more problems or what? We getting a slot for resistance, are we? I mean, resistance has just always been useless. Most useless stat in the game. Does absolutely nothing. I got separate sets for Freyna, depending on contagion or VI. That makes sense. That makes sense. Bum, 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 bum. I didn't even change the cores on Ezimo build. The change is so minimal, it's not even worth it. Actually, you're right. I think HP is better on the overwhelming shield build on Ezimo than shield. I think you're right. I think it literally is still HP, even though you're converting. True and real. Dun, 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 dun. Bada bow. Or sprint speed. I mean, I guess you could do. Is anyone using Truly Did the Arson? I feel like even the passive isn't worth it. Because it's only for the burn. It's not even for the burst damage. So on Classic Chef, it's not even gonna affect your burst. It just makes your dot slightly stronger. So I feel like this is still, it's still like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess on like bosses, if you know it's a big boss, it's gonna last a long time. 3 HP, 1 shield or something is optimal. Okay. A little bit of shield. Little bit of goop. Little bit of goop. Yeah, but then I have to build it. I don't want to build this. You are the hungries. I gotta be careful because I started saying that word to Leah and now it's a trigger word for her. So if I say it, she's gonna freak out. I stopped saying the T word for a long time and started saying that, and now she's. Now if I say it, yeah, it's like the T word now. I just started saying it because it's fun to say. It's fun to. But she's sleeping right now, so maybe she won't notice. It's fun to say hunkies. Okay, she didn't notice. Do you really need to build it? Put in 2 movement cores and brisk walk it? I guess you could. Yeah, I guess you could. You could. Whisper it. Just gotta be careful. Once you get her going, it's crazy too, because she's turning 11 in 5 months, and she is still. It's so funny. My neighbor, I was walking her, and my neighbor was like, "Oh, so when did you get your puppy?" And I was like, what? And he was like, when did you get your puppy? And I was like, wait, if you had to guess, how old do you think she is? And he's like, 2, 3? I was like, thank you. She is a beautiful young girl, isn't she? Little does he know. Sweet little baby princess, yes. She was wiggling her butt, and then his gigantic German Shepherd just started mauling her, so she backed away. KGL is free, set it and forget it damage. That's true, that's true. Not tested, it's kind of bunk still. Everyone, really? Is it because it just only affects the dot and it's not even that much? Attribute attack conversion. Attribute attack is one of the most useless stats in the entire game. Yeah, power boost. I mean, it's what, like 24%? It was like 20%, no, like 19% damage on only the dot ticks. It's so little. It's so little. Mention it, I guess. A returning guide to Warframe? Ooh, that's what Ryu needed. Send that to Ryu. He was asking for one earlier. I think you need to attach weapons for this build. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to put them on there because people will ask. It's better to have it than to not have it. Is arson with an E or an O? An O. I was right. Dun, dun, dun. Even his weapon build, the Voltia feels better, yeah. Well, that and the Voltia can destroy shields so easily as well. We're gonna Xcal Prime and start doing missions. There we go. I don't know why. I just have this desire in me to just one day wake up and pretend I'm a Warframe pro with no information and just troll the whole community. Maybe I'm just bitter because of the way they treated me. But part of me just wants to like choose chaos and just start making Warframe guides that are completely wrong in every way and just start shooting them out there with like the most like high and mighty attitude and tone that I could. Actually, Foley is a great tank frame, and if you build her with bio damage, she's the greatest damage single target that you can use. But first, you want to use the spear weapon because spears are long, and so is Foley's life. And that's, you know, just like spewing nonsense. Just rage bait him, dude. Oh. Trust me, I know this from my 200 hours of the game. I got all these things. Trust me, I used to work at Blizzard. Okay, so we have up here, we have the Transcendent, we have the core stats, fire boost, singular boost, duration, flex stats, we have sprint speed. We have HP, shield consumption, nimble, double focus with no cooldown in here. We have range, we have crit damage, power breach, I think is the right way to go. Oh, we should put other triggers in here. Use TFT terms in the guide, you'll get 10 billion angry comments. Where is second coffee? It's in my hands, bro. We're about to finish it, actually. Absurd enough that everyone can tell you're just riffing. I feel like it wouldn't matter to some Warframe players. Some Warframe players just have their fangs out no matter what. And they just bite at everything. You could literally be like, fire is hot, and some Warframe players will just attack you. For no reason. No basis, no nothing. They'll just leap onto you for just like feral animals that haven't eaten in weeks. What's the story with Warframe? What happened? I played Warframe for like 200 hours and I did a couple videos on it, like beginner's guides, how to start, what to look out for, stuff like that. And the community just was not very welcoming, just really nasty. Like, only 200 hours, you can't make any content until you have 5,000 hours. You don't know what you're talking about. They're just like really nasty. I criticized their new player experience for being really bad. They're like, it's not bad, it's really good. Except a lot of the people that were saying that have been playing for 12 years, which means they haven't been a new player in over a decade. So they're just pretending like they know what the new player experience is like in 2026, 2025. Like, what are we even talking about here? You know? Oh, this game was dead? The first Ascendant? Nope. It's still in the same spot it's been. That was only a good option if you use chain reaction. Yeah, I'm doing both. I think it's funny how often I tell people how much better Warframe is TFT post and chat instead of playing Warframe. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And it just happens with a lot of games that are really old that people have a lot of experience and time in, you know. It do be the way that it is. Two-Face? You think so? Oh. Yeah, it's because of the uptime, right? I think if this had a like 5-second. What's the cooldown? Does it not say? Oh, the cooldown's 10. So yeah, it's 50% uptime. If this had like 75% uptime, right? Because you're getting 24% skill power half the time, which makes this a 12% increase. And also half the time, you get range instead, right? So it's even less. So this would be like, this is probably like 8% skill power versus power beyond being 15%, right? So if Two-Face had, if you had need for range or if it had better uptime, this would be an interesting option, but the uptime on this is just so poor that it falls apart, I think. It is interesting though, it's pretty cool. Bell, thank you for the day, they will come in. A friend is a vet giving you mods? Yeah, I mean, that's how a lot of people get into Warframe, is they get on and then their chat, like content creators get rained with tons of free stuff. I mean, I got it too. Like Hitome and Luzin helped me get all the galvanized mods and the corrupted mods and stuff, so I was helped a lot too. Why not use infected weapon? I like the power beyond combo better, but that would be the other one as well. Getting into it is how intense the community can be. Yeah, they are very intense. They love their game. They love their favorite game, man. It's just for some people, they get very protective of their game in a really weird way. It gets really odd, I think. Is it Infection Amplifier? Amplifier, right? Yeah, we did do the corrupted real quick, and we didn't even get all the galvanized stuff or do. Yeah, it'd be fun to go back. It'd be fun to go back. Same as F14 was before the bubble burst. Yeah. You like Power Beyond more too? Yeah, I enjoy, of the three options, Infected Weapon, Power Beyond, and Domino Drive, I think Power Beyond Breach Explorer is the best combo. It feels the best. It's very consistent, and you get vortexes every now and then, which can make a difference. It's quite nice. This is classic chef.
Strong.
This is classic chef. I don't think I have this, do I? No. In some instances, Infected Weapon performs better. With Infectious Amplifier, the damage is crazy. You think so? What instances would it be better? Again, it's a proc rate, so you have to kind of math out the proc rate. I guess if you get really lucky with the proc rate, it can work for sure. And the thing is, Infected Weapon only applies to your puddles, right? Not the explosion. So I feel like since it's not working on the explosion, you are missing out on a good chunk of damage. Now, Infection Amplifier might make up for that lost damage on Infected Weapon with burst, but again, you can also get situations where this doesn't proc and you get no damage, and Infected Weapon only affects your puddles, not your burst. And so I feel like for Classic Chef, I think Power Beyond is the way to go. But it could be for the other Blair builds, it's better. I use Flame Grilled. Yeah, Flame Grilled, I can see that. I can see it for other Blair builds, but for Classic Chef, since it's only the puddles and not the burst, I feel like it's not quite as good. Wouldn't be more good for Valby Puddle? Maybe. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. It's possible. That damage applies to all skills too. Yeah, but it's only when it procs. Well, no, Infection Amplifier is just a burst of damage, isn't it? Isn't it just a burst of damage? It's a chance to deal skill power. So it doesn't affect your skills. It is a separate calculation. And only when they're infected by the debuff. So this doesn't affect your skills at all. It's like having an extra skill, right? Oh, baba. Better suits Freyna kit? Yeah. Well, it's because Freyna has an exclusive weapon. I think this would be a slam dunk win if Blair had a unique weapon. If he had a unique weapon, I think this would be easily better. He can't use the second half of the mod, and the other part only affects his puddles, and then the accompanying yellow mod is a proc chance, which you could get unlucky on. Whereas Power Beyond is on all the time, you know? Basically, with Power Beyond, you have perfect uptime on Power Beyond and perfect uptime on Breach Explorer. So it's 100% uptime, constant throughput, and it affects all of your abilities. And that just makes it a much easier, clearer win in my mind. Booby baby, booby baby, booby baby. 30% chance to do extra damage. The uptime seems low and due to chance. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Name? No lead attempts today. He did change lead and make it. He made lead a lot more fair. It would be fun to do some lead attempts. I still need to do a guide for that. Would be cool. Recommends Jade. It would be fun to do some like Warframe theory crafting and make my own builds and, you know, dive into that stuff. It would be cool to explore more of it. And also, it would probably be worth just going back just to do like the old piece and stuff. I heard the old piece is really good. You know, Get all that stuff there. As long as the Warframers can behave. You know what I mean? If they can behave. What changes did he do? He made the killers more fair. He made the hitman show up later in the run. He made all the elite mode hacks a lot more doable because they were basically impossible before. He made it so on elite mode you're guaranteed at least one meth, because when I was playing 2 days ago for elite mode, you would literally get runs on elite mode where no meth spawned anywhere on the map and you didn't get any level 1 dealers in the chat room, which means that run is dead. It was impossible for you to get meth before Cletus showed up and you would die. So like sometimes when you ran elite, it was a guaranteed loss and you didn't know it until, you know, like 30 minutes into the run, which it was really rough. So he changed some of that stuff and made it a lot more reasonable. He also made the miners viable in elite mode, because before the miners weren't viable, because the miners were, it was 400 DOS coin to get one miner, which would take like 3 or 4 hours in-game time before you paid that money back. And by then the game was basically over. So like, yeah, he did some balancing and stuff like that for elite mode. I think elite mode is very doable now. Why Secret Garden for sprint speed? Here's the thing, like you don't need any mods on it if you're using it as a sprint stick, but when I don't include mods, people complain that I didn't include mods, so I put here for sprint speed, but if I try to limit the information, I get more complaints than the people that say, why is that there if it makes no sense? You know? Don't you go faster with a sword? Do you? Then Secret Garden? With 3 sprint cores? I feel like with 60% sprint peak, you're automatically at cap, right? Aren't you instantly at cap? Sprint cap? Only with the melee red mod, is it? I thought max Secret Garden with full rolls gets you instantly to sprint cap. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, you could do like Hypernova or something, or Shadow if you wanted to. Well, no, because you need yellows and are free, right? So Hypernova can't do sprint cores, and Shadow can't do sprint cores. Melee gives you 30%, but Secret Garden gives you 60. Right? You could do the akimbo for the cool factor and just Mog. What are the cores on Crime and Punishment? I don't even know. OP gun, electric thunder cage, lay fire, shoot shields, level 4, easy. Oh yeah, that's a different build than classic chef. 3, yeah, so no sprint cores on Crime and Punishment either. And it gives you a higher, right, but even if the base is higher, you're adding 60% sprint speed with the gun. Right? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. It doesn't matter if the base is higher if you get way more with the weapon, right? Or am I crazy? Am I tripping? Isn't 60% sprint speed all you need? That's a lot of sprint speed. Am I tripping? Am I sipping on the goo-goo? I guess you could also do Peacemaker. It would also be 60%. And actually, aren't hand cannons faster than tactical rifles by default? I forget. 60% of 2 is lower than 0% of 9,000. Yeah, if I had 10 million pennies, that's more money than $1. If you're gonna manufacture a result that proves your point, I guess so. Yes, true. The devil is in the details, as they say. We must be precise, for the law is a precise endeavor. I need to run 1 grapple CDR, which is why I don't like running with melee weapons. Okay, are we done here? No, we gotta type this out. I can be as unreasonable as anyone. Same, bro. Same. Okay, how do I want to do this? Dun, 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 dun. Alternate, what are they called? Trigger options. Peacemaker's fastest is science because there's less weapon to carry. I can see that. The Seer Guard is my go-to sprint weapon just because I have all the sprint cores on it. On my Peacemaker right now, I think I have grappling on it because for a lot of those other builds, if I'm just not trying, like I use Secret Guard if I'm running through a normal dungeon that doesn't have anything here, but I have grappling on the Peacemaker because a lot of those builds I use for Colossus or other things that isn't just running straight, you know? Yeah, you could probably do a couple with the Peacemakers, like grapple only if you want to do the infinite grapple build or whatever. True. True and real. True Andrew. True Andrew. So true and real and true. Honestly, if they let Domino Drive override its own buffs, it would make it a lot easier to play. It would. Potentially stronger than Power Beyond. However, up. What the frick? Comma. 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 Why is my comma becoming comma? What? What? Comma. Comma, 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 comma. Huh? Comma chameleon? Comma. Comma. Your font choice? No, this is Impact. Impact has comma in it. I guess I don't know if that was Windows or something. Windows was doing something weird, or maybe PowerPoint was doing something weird. Yeah, here's the comma. It was like, or maybe like it thought shift was stuck on or something. I don't know. That was weird. However, uptime is inconsistent. Oh, hidden ghosts. Spooky ghosts. So average is weaker. I have a font one that has a crappy comma. Yeah, it depends on the font that you use. I've always used Impact. I had a new, like my new like brand font is Incompleta, but some of the letters look kind of weird. I just like Impact because the kerning is really tight and it's tall and thin, which means that when you're doing thumbnails, you can fit a lot of text in a very narrow space, which is really nice. Flashback initiated. So I've used Impact for a long time. So like right here, if I did another font, a lot of fonts are much wider spread. Like this is Incompleted down here, which is fine for the game name, but fitting a lot of text, especially very big text here, you want a tall, thin font, and I like Impact for that. It's very easy to read from a distance, you know? Like if we get really far away, you can't really read the bottom, but you can read the top, which is by design, but. Helvetica Nui condensed LT black. Helvetica's isn't Helvetica one of the most like in graphic design, one of the most common beloved fonts? What's up, dwarf? It's so overused. Yeah, I'm sure it's overused for a reason, though. People do like it. It is literally everywhere. Literally. What's up, Phoebe? How goes? How's the night shift? I think we're good. Did that, did that, did that, did that, did that, did this. That looks good. That's good. That's good. Did that, did... Oh, fire cohesion. How neutral it is? Yeah. Almost forgot the fire cohesion. If only he could do defense neutralization. When are they gonna change that, bro? This is so dumb. They just need to make it, just remove the sockets entirely. There's no reason for the sockets to exist anymore. Like, why is it that some characters get defense neutralization in the top right corner for skills, but Blair only gets it for firearm? This is dumb, dude. You're not doing chain catalyst? Not with Firebrand. Because we already have the resistance shred. If we were running like Slayer or something, I would run catalyst. Is the shred capped? No, but it has DRs. This 30% is plenty. It's plenty. It's like the lion's share of what you need. And so just getting raw power from cohesion is better in my opinion. Is it 80% is the cap? Yeah, I feel like you're gonna get most of the value you need from like 20 to 40% is plenty. Unless against like specific Colossus, like there's some Colossus you may want to do a different one, but yeah. I think cohesion is the way to go here. Don't you want to go top right instead of more power? Top left? What, firearm attack? Why would I want firearm in this build? I literally never shoot my gun ever. Why would I want firearm? You want me to lose all this power and crit damage just so I can get defense neutralization? I guess if no one else in the group has it, but even then, I still think that this is a pretty big loss. Losing this duration, losing crit damage, losing power, you'd lose quite a lot to do it. Just to get defense neutralization, which doesn't even have 100% uptime, by the way. Defense neutral is what, 15 seconds? And only if you are the first one to deal damage to HP? If anybody else that doesn't have defense neutralization damages HP before you do, you don't get it? I guess I can put a note for it because I know people are gonna ask for it, but I do not think sacrificing all the value over here and losing points here is worth it just to get defense neutralization. Unless it's for Colossus. Like if you were doing like a Colossus, but also I would argue that you wouldn't want to use Classic Shep for Colossus anyway. I mean, I guess you could. There's probably some people that do. Let's see. But for Onslaught, I wouldn't, personally. This is probably the slicer. Backdraft? What? Holy! Oh, probably because Python has the shred, right? Is it because Python shred, or is Backdraft really that good? Wow. Now this is where you'd want to do, they probably, yeah, this makes sense, because then you're getting firearm bonus for your firearm build, and then also getting defense neutral. That makes sense. Yeah, I see Pythons and pythons and backdraft. That's crazy. Insane. With eraser. Well, he's just using This goes up to 2,700% with a guaranteed. Oh, that's probably why. Oh my God. 2,700% with a guaranteed proc every second. So this is 2,700% additional damage every second. That's insane. Not that the proc rate would really matter all that much if you're using a fast firing weapon, but that's crazy. I guess, yeah, because of Arca Reflux and the new backdraft. Range with simplification. Okay. Just amping it. And shot focus. Is shot focus worth it here? I feel like for backdraft, wouldn't this be a DPS loss? Am I wrong? It's what everyone else can do there, but I think for backdraft, isn't your skill damage a bigger portion of your damage than weapon damage? So you're reducing your biggest percentile in order to increase your smallest. Try it next. I guess it depends on the weapon, huh? And Python has defense shred built in, right? Doesn't Python also have, so you can do defense nooch plus this. Oh no, this is toxic shred, isn't it? What is it? Toxin resistance, oh, it's toxin and non-attribute. Okay, never mind. I thought this used to be defense. Did they rework it? I forget. But this doesn't do anything. This is just because it has good single target and it shoots really fast. Oh, I see. Check others. Oh, it's the Zaystras. You're right, you're right. Let's see. I feel like shot focus would be a DPS loss, but maybe I'm wrong. He's using it too. Eat antibot. What? So nothing matters. Nothing matters. It doesn't matter what mods you put. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. He's using maximized duration, heat antibody, autoimmunity, and shot focus. What the frick, bro? I guess because the fight's 10 minutes long, and if you end up dying, yeah, he's running shot focus too. It feels like this would be, I guess because this is applying firearm attack. I guess I'm kind of thinking of it as I'm thinking of it as like supply moisture or plasma bullet, which are primarily skill damage, but this one does increase firearm attack and weak point. And Lava Citadel has one of the easiest to shoot weak points in the entire game. You shoot him on the side, like in the shoulder, like on the side, that massive like little grill, and you can just like a laser beam right into it nonstop. So I guess that makes sense. Maximize duration, really? I would think Walk a Tightrope would be better here, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so the mods don't matter. The points are made up and the mods don't matter. Am I crazy, or does this only trigger once in the entire 10-minute fight? Am I crazy? Wouldn't this be the most inconsequential addition you could add to your fight in a 10-minute fight? Oh, it's as long as the boss has shields. Oh, so it's half the fight you get this bonus. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. Okay, I'm wrong. You're right, you're right. Got it. I feel like Walk a Tightrope would be better there, but it would be like, you're right, it would be half the fight. And this is only if you lower your HP, but it still gives you, oh, but this is explosive. Oh, this actually, you know what? It might be better. Walk a Tightrope might be worse. Because this only does skill power, and yeah, that actually might be better. Yeah, this might actually be better. I mean, either way, it's skill damage regardless. But yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, bio expansion shield consumption is like the new hotness. Dun, dun, dun. Power increase. What? Interesting. Preemptive versus lethal infection. This is 50% the entire fight. This is actually better, no? For Lava Citadel, I feel like this is better. This is 50% skill power of the entire fight. The other one is 17% half the fight. I feel like lethal infection is actually just better. I mean, the 17%, because that one's skill power and that's modifier, right? But I feel like the 50% modifier, just because it has full uptime, right? This is just worse than infection, I guess. Like just straight up worse. I mean, obviously he's in the first spot, so it doesn't really matter that much, but yeah. Preemptive, I feel like preemptive strike would be the best way to go. Maybe. I guess it depends on what 17% skill attack. This is percent of skill damage as additional damage for half the fight. The other one is 50% skill modifier for the entire fight. So that one has 50% uptime. The other one has 100% uptime. I feel like lethal injection is just the best option. But obviously it doesn't matter because he's in the top. I mean, it's based on clear time versus the heat level, right? I call it heat level because of Hades, but he's running no yellow mods. The points are made up and nothing matters. I didn't think people could get away with some of these builds, but doesn't seem to matter, I guess. And I would think heat release would be better than heat antibodies, to be honest. The burn immunity is so nice. But then again, you can avoid getting damaged a lot in the Lava Citadel fight. It's pretty easy. Matters the difficulty level. Yeah, it's like clear time versus heat level on this that changes, but here, so you can say, yeah, it removes the dot. Removing the dot, in my opinion, would be better than lowering the resistance, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's put a note for defense neutralization because I know the community has a hard-on for that mutant cell. You can run top left for defense neutralization. However, I feel the loss of skill crit damage and power makes it less attractive. Except for Colossus only. Right. But again, if you're making it for Colossus only, you would run defense neutralization with Colossus power, right? You wouldn't be running this. This is basically for Onslaught and Dungeons is what I would put this for. You could modify Classic Chef to be for single target if you wanted, but I feel like the melee build and backdraft would be better for single target. Early saves for on Glay for Lava Citadel, yeah, because you're standing still pretty hard. One run of how many, so knows how consistent it actually is. Yeah, could be. Could be. Though the new Colossus is just, can you finish the fight at all? The new Colossus runs, because they're so long, it reduces the fishing on the leaderboard, which is kind of nice. I mean, in 10 minutes, it's a lot less likely for these to be fishing runs, but they are still kind of fishing. Honestly, I feel like Am I crazy, or I feel like people are doing way less Colossus this patch because they're so long? Like Blair only has 4.5 or 3.5 pages of records. There's only 37 entries for Blair. I feel like people stopped doing Colossus this fight because they take so long. Or in Dire, Glaive loves it all, but then I'm gonna stay at the base difficulty and just do 5 a week. Check Harris. She's got 10. Oh! Actually, Mr. Streamer, the Colossus battles did not get longer this patch because Harris has a 1 minute 47 clear, and that means that globally there are no longer Colossus fights. They're all still very short because Harris is short, even though literally everybody is like 9 minutes. Ooh, Serena. Holy jiggle. No red mod. Kuiper with the new shackles. What? It also got gated, but Colossus? And so nobody's spending 10 minutes to fight the boring bosses? Yeah, I can kind of feel that. Yeah, I can kind of feel that, huh? Really? No red mod, Kuiper Hollow with shackles. So Serena hasn't changed, basically. Is everyone doing no red mod? No red mod, shackles. No red mod, shackles. So Serena's just exactly the same for boss fights. Oh no, the Serena rework. No. Kind of cool that it beats out Last Dagger. So the new one's pretty good, huh? What is Shackles? The new hand cannon. Seems to be beating out Last Dagger. Oh, the glowing goddess eyes. I gotta get those, dude. They're so good. Love those glowing eyes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are the chill attack weapon cores only scaling the reroll in this case? So this 366% is scaling up the 5,621 only, right? Because it's a toxic weapon. Does it affect mods? No, right? I don't think so, because enhancement, this is only on hit, right? Isn't this only on hit? It doesn't add it to the weapon, I feel like. So I feel like the two weapon cores are only scaling that 5,600. It adds it to the weapon, does it? Okay, so would it scale this as well? If so, then it's worth it. And I would imagine that it is. I still think edging shot is a DPS loss in almost every single scenario, but unless you need the crit for something. But if the blue mod adds to it, then these cores are worth it. You guys are probably right, because if it doesn't add to it, then this would not be worth rolling, I feel like. It must add to the weapon. It must. Otherwise, it would make no sense. This has electric enhancement. And 1900 electric attack. What? Does it not even show? Oh, electric attack 52,000. Okay, it must. This must, yeah, it must add it to the weapon. Okay, so then the cores make sense. It's just weird because you're scaling not the native element on the weapon, right? So it seems like it feels like it could be a DPS loss there, but if the Jesus the jiggle. Yeah, this is adding to the weapon, which means the weapon core is scaling it. No. 1 second. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. Is this a hacker? This is a hacker. Mastery 18, 59 seconds. They're cheating. This is a cheater. Right? What? Not even trying to hide it. No attempt was made to hide it. Skill cost, 1 of 4 different external components, no cores, blue and purple rolls. What? Ground eruption with breach explorer. What? What? Inversion reinforcement isn't even finished. Arcade tuning doesn't have half the points put into it with no mutant cell. Default master. This is a hacker. 59-second clear, huh? Okay. Okay, bro. Okay. Okay. If you say so, okay. Uh-huh. Sure. 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 Ba 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 ba. The latter show grouped and solo? It does, yeah. 4-player squad. 3 Harrises and an Enzo walk into a bar. 3 Harrises and an Enzo. 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 4 Harrises. 3 Harrises and an Enzo. What the frick? View Descendant is not available for squads? Why? What? Why can't I? What? They just don't have a way to store that information or something? What's up, Cedric? You got 5% crit rate and 100% non-attribute boost ratio and negative shield. Is it good for Valby? Yeah, it should be, right? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What's up, Wolf? 24-13 on the new AP Assassin Lock-in League. Congrats. Yeah, there's a Lepic cheater on the leaderboard. Yes, sir. No, 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 boom, boom. You want Luna buff or Eugen buff? No, we're not doing a leaderboard stuff right now. I'm about to do a video. Leaderboard is cleaning up the cheaters slowly. Yeah, they make them very obvious, huh? What is the score? You want to see it, Cedric? Let me know if you can spot the cheater. Can you spot the cheater? It gets worse. So these are like 7 to 10 minutes, right? For all of these. He's mastery 18 with 59 seconds. Check the build. So the new meta for Lepic is to run skill cost on your reactor. Then you're gonna want 1 from Ascending Armory with no cores, 1 from Dimension Destroyer with no cores, 1 from Unpredictable Memory with no cores, and 1 from a Distorted Resolve with no cores. So no set bonuses. Then you want your weapons to be a mix of purple and blue rolls, 1 with aimed shot accuracy. Then for your build, you're gonna want Ground Eruption with Breach Explorer. So no way to turn on Breach Explorer. This slot doesn't do anything at all. And then for your arcade tuning, you want spend about 10 of the points and don't get a mutant cell. That's the meta. And then you can get a 1-minute clear on the boss, but only then. Yeah, it's a sick build. Try it out. Give it a shot. If you're cheating, what's the point of doing that? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Of all the things to cheat in, too, I want to climb the leaderboards for a Colossus in the first Ascendant. There's a lot of prestige in that. Put that on your resume. I was the #1 ultimate Lepic clear of Lava Citadel in a mid to small sized looter shooter. Wow, you're hired. Yeah, probably testing the cheats, true. I almost threw 3 times, but ended up the game by assassinating the enemy carry and support, but it cost me my life and my team ended. But did you win? It's more likely. What do you mean it's more likely? Are you trying to convince me there's any chance at all this guy isn't cheating? Are you genuinely convinced it's possible this guy? Oh, I see. 1000%. There's no way this build could kill Lava Citadel on Heat 25 in a minute. It couldn't even kill it at all. It wouldn't be able to finish it in 10 minutes. It's not possible. It's not possible. My team ended the game after I died. Nice. Wait, there's team modes in Hearthstone? Like 2v2 and stuff? I didn't even know that. Maybe you just need to get good. Yeah, it's true. I could copy. Isn't there like a build copy feature? How do I do that? Oh, you have to do it like per piece, right? Yeah, so this is the play. This is what you want. This is the build. This is the 1-minute build. Oh, League of Legends. I think we were talking about Hearthstone. You said Rogue. You said Rogue. Is there a Rogue in League of Legends? AP Assassin Locke in League. I was thinking League. Yeah, I don't know who Locke is. Is Locke a character? Oh, the new one. Okay. I thought it was Hearthstone. Hey, man, but if you get the win, a win's a win, bro. A win is a win is a win. Wonder what TFT is going to do to fight against the quitters. They're putting some changes in probably. I don't know. I feel like if they made the cards better, that would help with the quitters a lot too. There are a lot of people that get into Onslaught, get no useful buffs, and then just leave. So if their game designers stopped sleeping at the wheel and then made it so every card you get in Onslaught is useful for something, then maybe they would reduce the quitting. And then also maybe they could require a higher gear score or something. Like, what is the gear score requirement for Onslaught now? 85,000? Okay, well, they already have that there. I don't know. I don't know how else to do it. I think a percentage of the quitters is because of the bad cards they give you in Onslaught now. Like, I would say 50% of the time in Onslaught, I get nothing useful from the cards now after the latest patch. They added so many horrible, useless cards to that. And even after 9 rerolls, you get nothing. It's just nothing. What do you think they will do with the Luna rework? I don't know. These devs are impossible to predict. I don't know. I mean, she needs a base power increase and probably needs to have some, I would say they could kind of lean into the mini game a lot more. It's really just she doesn't do enough damage to justify what she's doing. So they could just buff her. Rework wise, I don't know. I mean, you never know what these devs are gonna do. You could wake up one day and they'll turn Luna's platform into a spaceship that you have to get on a phone call to someone in Korea to make it work or something. Something ridiculous, I don't know. You never know what they're gonna do. After the Sharon rework, anything's possible. And if just 3 people also is crazy, they almost never go in full scrum. I'm not sure why the difficulty scale down. Well, they said that the mobs should all dynamically scale when someone quits, but I'm not sure if that's actually... I feel like sometimes that's bugged. You have to rework the buffing build too. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Yeah, it doesn't feel like the dynamic scaling is working, but I've never like sat down and watched it and tested it. You know, it's like I realize someone leaves and I go, I'm not like actually scientifically testing it. You know what I mean? So maybe it is. It just doesn't feel like it. Bum, 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 bum. You see on their faces they didn't think it was good. Like it was the first day they saw it. What I bet what happened with the Sharon rework is they probably hired a new gameplay intern and they just handed off the Sharon rework to that person as a test to, you know, get their feet wet and learn things. And then with their 5 gameplay leads, none of them oversaw it or reviewed it or made changes to it. And then they just put it in the patch and shipped it without reviewing it. And then it's possible that they saw it for the first time on the stream. They like looked at like, what is, we're shipping this? Like what you know? So I don't know.
Well,
it looked like it was someone very inexperienced doing it with very little oversight is what happened. Which tells me that like there's just some communication breakdowns within the project. Like you would imagine if they have 5 game design leads, they would have plenty of oversight to review stuff like that, but somehow that's still shipped, so I don't know. Who knows? I know if I was the lead game designer on a project, that would never ship. That would never go out the door to the players. Never ever. But what do I know? I'm just a washed up has-been. Dun 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 dun. Communication breakdown, it's always the same, yeah. It do be that way. It do be that way. Very common. Going solo was much easier than in a group because of scaling. It's possible they tuned down hard the scaling at lower player now. Oh yeah, maybe you're right. Like maybe like 4 players to 3 players is not a big difference, but maybe like 3 to 2 is a bigger difference or something. So if you're in a 4-man group and someone leaves, maybe you don't notice the difference much because it's not it's not like a gradiated linear scale. Like maybe it's logarithmic. Where so many leads becomes everyone's problem, which in their word is no one's problem. Yeah, I know Hasselhoff yelled at me for this, but I do think in those cases, that's why you need a point person, right? You are the point person for the Sharon rework, and if it goes wrong, I'm coming to you. It doesn't mean you're the only person working on it. It just means that someone has to be responsible. Someone has to be responsible, because if 5 people are responsible, everyone's gonna point at each other like the Spider-Man meme, and like everyone's pointing at someone else, and then you get to the point where the result is bad and it's no one's fault because you don't know what's going on. You know? You need to have someone who's on point for that particular issue so that someone is driving it. Someone's pushing it forward. Someone's the spearhead. Even if you're working in a group and everyone's contributing, someone has to be on point. Otherwise, you get the Spider-Man meme. No, he said, no, she said, but they said they were gonna, but that was their fault and they were gonna do that. But no, they said they were gonna do it, but then they were working on it. I saw them working on it, but then they said, but no, I put it at that guy and that guy said, and then he handed it off to that person. And then you just do this bounce around, and then at the end of the day, you still have a problem and no solution, you know? Hold shift, you auto highlight all weaker modules. Hold shift? Oh, for the trigger thing? All weaker? Huh? Yeah, it's a very corporate thing, PSA. It very much is.
If
Communication breakdown
same,
is
I'd be out of a job, right?
probably one of the most common things. Hold. Oh, all sub options? Well, I wanted to look. I don't know. For these, I manually sort things in a lot of games. I don't trust auto features like that. Holy pink. Whoa. Gee, like hearts on top, glowing ring, pink everywhere, just pink. Super pink. Great googly moogly. You are the Pringles man? I am not the Pringles man. There's more leads and managers than there are actual workers. Yep. That's why I was so shocked when they said there's five lead game designers on this project. It blew my mind. So I imagine that, you know, a project this size is probably 40 to 80 people. Depends on how bloated they are, but you know, and some of them are artists, some of them are producers, some of them are programmers, some of them are engineers, you know? And so you probably have a gameplay team of like 8 to 12 people, and 5 of them are leads? How many chiefs are there, and how many Indians? Like, what's going on here? But again, it's a cultural thing. Apparently in South Korea, once you get a title, it's considered dishonorable and pathetic if you go down in a title. So maybe like there's one lead, but everyone else has the lead as an honorific or something. Because like, you know, even myself, I've gone to lead to GM and then back to lead and then, you know, down to like, you know, like principal and then back up to lead, and, you know, you go up and down, up, down, up and down. But in South Korea, I guess, once you earn the title of lead, it's considered pathetic and embarrassing if you ever lose the title. So it could be that they're all just holding on to an honorable lead, but they're not taking on the role, you know? I don't know. The Q&A game tester is a game lead? Yeah, everyone's a lead. We're gonna come here where we had directors and executives with absolutely no reports. That can happen too. And sometimes there's like HR restrictions, like based on salary bands, you need to have a certain title. And so sometimes people will get promoted to a title just because that you want to pay them more, but they're not actually doing that title, you know? It's just they've been tenured, or you want to reward them for something, but there's some legal restriction or occupation restriction where they can't, based on salary bands, they can't have this income unless they have a title of X whatever, right? So sometimes you just give them the title so that you can pay them what they're worth, even though they're not actually changing their role at all whatsoever. Rules are weird sometimes. Rules are weird. I didn't even get my supplies, did I? Wow. We already got these, I think. Well, they just they compress it by calling them all leads. Yeah, you think maybe it was a translation thing? I don't know. Who knows? Only they really have the answer. It's just if they are all acting as leads, it's a very bizarre and highly mismanaged, in my opinion. But it could just be mistranslated. It's some, you know, lost in translation. It could be some legal restriction. It could be some cultural difference that I'm unaware of. You know, the likelihood that I'm just ignorant is very high in these things.
If there's something you need, you'll need to pay.
First build is done. Next build. Oh, we gotta post it. Let's record it. Let's record it, and then we can do a sponsor. La lule. La la. Okay. This is done, I think. Yeah. Seven. Oh my God! It's almost August, chat. It's almost August, bro. You believe that? The fight they had on stage between them, that also might be a cultural thing. It was very odd. I don't know if that was like scripted or some cultural thing or whatever, but yeah, it was kind of funny when the EP was like calling them out live on stage. I had that happen once. My CEO, we were having like a press conference with like 50 journalists, and my CEO forgot to tell me that he wanted a change in the game, but then he told the press that we were making that change. And I like got out my notebook and I was like, wait, we are? Oh, okay. I started writing it down. And the press was like laughing their ass off. He's like, wait a minute. He's like, oh, did I forget to tell you that? And you're like, yeah, you did. Oh, okay. All right, well, we can have that in tomorrow. Splitting a bottle of whiskey, nice. What kind of whiskey? With diligence of time, yeah, I think they probably could have planned for translations a little bit better. It probably would have made the 6-hour Q&A shorter for sure. First time doing hard alcohol, drink lots of water. Take your time and drink lots of water. For two reasons. One, alcohol dehydrates you, but also the primary factor that causes hangovers is dehydration. It literally is dehydrating you and dehydrating your brain. So drinking lots of water when you drink alcohol is very important. It's also very good for your kidneys as well. Okay, let's do it. Do the video. Let's do the video. And we can do a sponsor. Should I do the elemental thing, chat? Would that be fun? I'm kind of curious to see if it would matter or not. We could do like a Star Citizen Twitch drops. I don't know, we do like a month of character streams and just see how that goes. Maybe that's the future. Yar. Bit rate's all messed up though. They need to follow up on the Q&A. Yeah, I think overall it was good. They probably just could have managed it a little bit better, just like pacing wise and prep wise. Especially since they knew who was going and everyone could prep their questions ahead of time, you know. I think it would have been a lot clearer if they did it that way, and it would have just been easier on the translators too. You know. All right, video time. It's that time again to talk about the latest Blair builds. I've been having a ton of fun with Blair, and I know a lot of people have as well. I think this is probably one of the better reworks they've done in the First Descendant. So today, I want to walk through my classic Chef build. This is primarily a mobbing build, though you could modify it to work for Colossus as well. This is actually a super comfortable build, and probably one that I'll be using regularly on an ongoing basis. It gives you a ton of fire all over the screen. It causes those huge, very cinematic lava pillars to come up from the ground, and you can throw the fireball for good damage. It's very consistent, large AoE, and it's very, very powerful. It's certainly not to like an Inez or Bunny build, but it's like a little bit lower. I would consider this build probably mid to high A tier. Very, very strong, very consistent. It's approved for Onslaught level 4, all dungeons, endgame infiltrations, things like that. And again, the way I'm going to present it here is not specifically for bossing, but you could modify this build for bossing if you wanted to, so let's dive in. They were very close, just lost on the nuance. The devs came off as cold and incompetent to a Western audience. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. Yeah, and I feel bad. Like, do you think the translators played the game at all? Like, I feel like it must have been really hard for them to be like, yeah, you know, what if you use Power Beyond instead of Domino Drive? Like, do the translators know what the frick they're talking about? Or are they just doing their best? Like, I feel like with proper nouns and nuance and stuff, it was probably very difficult for them to come in and try to translate that in real time. Pretty crazy. For like 4 hours straight, you know? Yeah, I think because Nexon has a localization team, I'm guessing they just borrowed a localization team from Nexon and just had them sit in, which means they probably don't play the First Descendant at all, you know? So yeah, it must have been very difficult for the translators to do that in real time. And of course, if you have any questions or comments for me, you'll find me live on twitch.tv/Drybear. Let's get back in the kitchen. Yeah, I could have memed there, huh? Missed opportunity. Somebody I've seen to speak super fast, didn't care. Someone had to translate what they said. Yeah. Well, I mean, the content creators did too, right? So, yeah, generally with something like that, you would want to prep them ahead of time, ask them to speak slower, and also it's best to provide what's going to be said to the translators ahead of time so they can pre-prep and do that, you know? Obviously. And it wouldn't be a Drybear video without a Drybear one sheet. There's gonna be a lot of text on this one because surprisingly with Blair, there's a bunch of different alternate and variant options that you can choose. So I've explained some of those on here and also explained why I chose the things that I chose. And we'll walk through that in the video as we explain things as well. So this is the one sheet. You actually don't need any weapons for this one. Truly Deadly Arson was supposed to be a good addition to Blair. It's actually a very minor DPS change and in most cases isn't really meaningful to stop using your abilities to use the buff for Truly Deadly Arson. And I have Secret Garden on here just for sprint speed. It just gives you a 60% sprint speed increase. Not having sprint speed with a weapon in your hand is very noticeable for a lot of builds. And I like having one that has max sprint speed on it because you will notice the speed difference. But again, this is for Classic Chef where it's a singular level build. And there's all the details here running with Firebrand. So let's actually dive into the build and then we'll, in a bit, we'll go through why you don't see defense neutralization here, why I'm going for Power Beyond instead of Infected Weapon or Domino Drive, and some of the other things as well. But first, let's go through how the build works. So I think that's the most valuable thing you can get from this video. Full morning zoo with all kinds of bells and whistles and sound effects. Ooh. Like the morning radio where they do like the fart sounds and bells and cow moos and honking horns and stuff.
Would you like to use the laboratory?
Gotta go fast. Indubitably. Right. Okay, first, again, I'm just gonna explain the build. I think a lot of the builds in TFD end up being very similar with minor tweaks just because the way the game is set up. And so I think with builds like this, the most important thing to understand is how to play the build, what to know about, and what to think about before we dive into the details of the build in general. So we'll do that. I have timestamps if you wanna skip this, you already know how it works. So when you have Classic Chef equipped, this will change a couple of things with your kit that you need to know about. The first thing, which is the core of the kit, is going to be using your first ability. When you use his first ability, you will actually create a pit of fire at your feet and then a pit of fire at enemies around you that does ticking damage as well. It is a ground dot and it applies a continuous dot, which gives us some combinations we can apply for the modules as well, which is super important. The first thing that you need to know about his first ability is how it interacts with his passive. So his passive specifically is for every patch that you have on the ground, it will give him crit chance. That's the reason why you don't see crit rate in here. We don't have it on the AM right now. I didn't have a very good AM for this. You can make this way stronger. You can see we're not running skill insight. We don't have front lines. The main reason for this is because he gets so much crit rate from his passive, but the way to get that is by having a lot of puddles. So you'll notice on the screen as well, I always like to point this out because it's very important, is down on the bottom of the screen to the right of his ultimate, you see those passive icons. The top one tells you how many puddles you have on the ground. So if I spam this, I have 3, then there's 7, it comes back, now I have 11. That's where you're getting the crit rate. So now we're at max crit rate, and if we wait for the puddles to disappear, this will eventually start falling off and getting lower and lower. So now it's 72%, more stacks are gonna fall off, it's 32%. So that's the first thing to know about this build. You need to have a lot of puddles up at all times to make sure you have the crit rate that you need for this build to work. Not only is it triggering off your third ability and doing more damage, but the number of puddles is very important. So that's the first part to know about with this build. So generally you want to start by just putting puddles on the ground and creating those puddles. Make sure you always have his first ability with 1 stack or less so you're not wasting the cooldown. So right here, never let it sit at 2 stacks if there's enemies nearby because you're wasting that recharge time. So make sure you always have this at 1 if you possibly can to stack that there. Doing damage that way is very important. The next thing to know about is his third ability, which is what makes this build so cool. When you have puddles on the ground and you use the third ability, it's going to cause an eruption to come out, and that's where a lot of the damage in this build is coming from. So you activate this, use the third ability, boom, big burst of fire all over the screen. And it's a pretty short cooldown when you have max cooldown. You can keep doing it over and over. So you're kind of creating this, shooting out the ones, activating it, and causing the explosion to happen and cause damage all over the screen. The third part of this is going to be his ultimate. So when you activate the ultimate, it's kind of pretty normal, like a meatball build. You activate this, he'll do this animation and throw this ball. It does very respectable damage, which is really nice. You can throw that ball out and it explodes, but it also creates puddles too. So you can throw this down, you'll notice that it'll explode, and it does these little fireballs that come out, and it creates more puddles, which counts for your passive. So that all synergizes really well. So as we're building up on this, you're spamming the 1, you're using the third ability on cooldown, and then you're throwing the ultimate down to do damage and create more puddles on top of it as well. Damage is flying all over the screen. The last part of this is going to be his second ability. And this one, I think, has a lot of people that don't understand how it works. This one is very straightforward. So you can see you can't use the second and third ability when there are no puddles on the ground. You activate the puddles, and then once it's up, you can activate the second ability. But there's a key thing to know here, actually 2 details about the second ability you have to understand. First is when you activate the second ability, you get regen. You can actually recover, I think, HP and MP on this as well. So it's very high sustain. So he gets health recovery and MP recovery becomes from it, which gives you a great amount of value. But the big thing is that when you use the second ability, it's going to consume some of your puddles, which means it will stop counting for your passive. So right now you see that I have 10 puddles. Let's wait for this to time out. We have 15, there's 10. If I use my second ability, boom, it's gonna lower the amount down to 4. So we just consumed 6 puddles by activating the second ability. So you don't actually want to spam the second ability unless you need it, because you're lowering your crit rate and you're lowering your passive damage by using the second ability too much. The reason you want to use it, though, is that when you consume those puzzles, it gives you 2 main benefits. 1, it'll give you a power increase. It's a buff that buffs you. And 2, it lowers the cooldown of your ultimate. So you don't want to be using the second ability unless you need to lower the cooldown of your ultimate or you need that buff and it's not active. So watch this. If I activate this, I throw my ultimate out. You see that it has 11 seconds. When I use my second ability, now it has 4. So you basically want to be doing puddles, activate the ultimate so it goes on cooldown, use your second ability to reset the cooldown on your ultimate, puddles, use the explosion, back to the ultimate, then use the 2 to lower it and do it that way. It also has diminishing returns as well on that as well. So that's kind of the core of it. Ultimate, puddles, use the second or the third ability, second ability to lower the cooldown and going in that cycle, and that's where that power comes from. But don't make the mistake of using the second ability unless you need the buff or your ult is on cooldown, because again, if your ult is not on cooldown or it's ready to go and you activate the second ability, you're losing that benefit of the cooldown reduction, and you don't need to be spamming the second ability with every single activation to get that to work. Oh, Brandon got a battlefield mod? And that's it. It's pretty straightforward. It's very fun to play. So the rotation that I would do is I would do at least 1 puddle. Then I like throwing the ultimate first to put it on cooldown. Then I immediately follow up with the pillar, activate 1 more puddle, use the cooldown, another puddle, and then go back into the 3, throw another bomb. It's on cooldown, so we activate the 2, and we're just kind of zooming, zim, zam, bamming, going all over the place. And it's just such a visual spectacle. It's a really fun build to play. Dino Blade, it came out yesterday, didn't it? How's it going? Does it have good reviews? Hopefully it's got good reviews. Okie dokie. The animation ultimate is good. It's a little slow, but it is good. Another side note I'll make as well, especially in the new Onslaught 4, where there's really big long distances, there is a minimum leash range for you to spawn a second or third puddle. And so if you're not close enough to enemies, don't use the first ability. So you see here, there's no enemies nearby. I got 1 puddle instead of 3. So sometimes in Onslaught 4 or like Sigma Sector, if the enemies are really far away, get closer first before activating, so that way you can kind of get those puddles there. Just be mindful of that, and that's pretty much it. 89%, let's go. Good for them. Good for them. Okay, then we can talk about the weapons. Now let's dive into the deets, the decisions here, because there's a couple variations to this that you can choose based on whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. My preferred here is what you see on screen, which is Onslaught 4 specifically, and like infiltration operations, dungeons, and things like that. I think this is the best option, but there's some other options to consider. So first, let's go through mine, and then as we go, we'll talk about the variations that you can make with that as well. So the first thing to think about is going to be your mods here, because we're going to very easily get 100% crit rate without much effort. I am only running the skill concentration, emergency measures, and fire integration here to give primarily crit damage, because we have so much free crit strike from that as well. This build is very limited by cooldown, so you do need 74 to 75% cooldown. I have 74.3, but you want to get basically 75%, because you will notice that as you're going around here, you will have times where your ultimate and your third ability are not available yet. Despite your best efforts, you still have to wait a couple seconds. So it's very cooldown hungry. I would even argue that they could probably make it so the third ability has like maybe 1 second less on max cooldown, and the ultimate maybe has like 1 or 2 seconds less, because it does feel like for an ability spamming build, it feels like there's a lot of gaps in between there. So you do want max cooldown. So in this case, I am running 2 focus modules. You could, if you wanted to, spend the extra 5 points to get enhanced skill cooldown and then not run, like, do like skill, power increase or something like that, or a specialist mod like fire specialist or something like that. You could do this instead of one of these focus mods, get a little bit more power out of it. You could also, if you wanted to, you could run cooldown on the reactor, though I do think the parsing on single power boost and crit damage is gonna be better on the reactor in general. So those things to think about there. I think double focus is fine, and then not running cooldown here on this, and then not running cooldown on the reactor is my preferred, but you could swap those around. And also conversely, if you do end up running cooldown on your ancestor module, that would free you up for like power increase and fire specialist to get a little bit more power built in there without needing this extra cooldown. So it all comes down to the total equation. But if you don't have cooldown on your AM and you're not running those other options, then I would run double focus with nimble fingers and shield consumption. But you could swap those around depending on what stat rolls you get. Agreed, Brian. Agreed. Just turn off in-game chat? Sure, I can do that. Well, you want to hear about futas? Then if you're only gonna run one HP module, I still think HP amplification is the best option here. There are some new combinations you can run if you're gonna run two. I know there's a lot of people that are running bio expansion for range, and then another HP mod that's less that gives power. Like there's bio HP, and then there's also another one that gives you HP plus some power. So like combat constitution, this one gives you half the amount of HP that HP amplification does, and then a little bit of skill power, and then you can run bio as well. So bio expansion plus combat constitution, or like life resonance would give you an option to give you power and a little bit less HP, but it does require 2 HP slots. In this case, because we're running these other options, we're running full cooldown, I elected for 1, but you could swap that out if you wanted to get 2 out of those. Also, if you're not running a yellow mod in this build. And then that's it. But then you're also running with like fire integration these here as well. The final piece outside of your AM module, which is going to be the combination of your trigger module plus your RK Tech module. There are 3 options to choose from here. My preferred for this, and I think it is the best overall, is gonna be Power Beyond combined with Breach Explorer. So Power Beyond, as you know, is a flat 15% skill power increase, and it does occasionally give you a vortex effect that sucks enemies in, which is pretty nice. You run that with Breach Explorer, which if you have Power Beyond, you get stacking range as well as a base skill power boost ratio. The reason I like this is that it is 100% full uptime, and as a mobbing build, you're always fighting with this, right? So Power Beyond is a flat 50% all the time, and Breach Explorer gets stacked so much that it has 100% uptime. So those 2 things are always applied to your character. However, there are some other options that you might see out there. There's the Infected Weapon combo. This one will allow you to get a damage scalar option. You can't use Exclusive Weapon. Blair doesn't have one, so you won't be able to use the second half of this module. So this gives you a skill power increase, and then you can also run that with the Infected Amplifier, and if you do that together, you actually will get a % chance to proc bonus skill damage with skill power on the module. Because it is a % chance to proc on a mobbing build, there will be times where this procs on a mob you are going to one-shot anyways, and sometimes it won't proc at all on single target, and so the uptime is very variable. If Infection Amplifier was 100% chance to proc, it would actually be more powerful than Power Beyond and Breach Explorer, but you could get very unlucky in that, again, you hit a target that doesn't have Arc Infection on it, which means you won't proc at all. You get the infection on it, and then you don't proc the 30%, which means you get no value back from it. Or it procs on a target that was already gonna get one shot by your skill, so the extra damage is meaningless, it doesn't do anything for you, and then you go to a single target and it doesn't proc at all. So again, it's very variable. If you get really lucky on the RNG on this one, Infected Weapon plus Infection Amplifier will actually be, I believe, a higher overall power increase, but it's very inconsistent and sometimes will be worse, sometimes will be better. So you kind of play that by ear. And I do think that the suction effect from Power Beyond, like that's why these enemies are grouped, by the way. They started out in the pack. Power Beyond is what's grouping them, which is really nice. So you actually get that vortex effect, which is useful in some cases. And I think that is super useful. The other option you could run if you really wanted to is Domino Drive. Domino Drive is a module that I hate with a fiery passion, and that is pun intended. So this one gives you range and fire skill power. However, it has a couple problems with it. First, when you use a skill, you stack up Domino Drive. You get Domino Drive stacks on you up to 7. Then, when you use a chain type skill, it converts those stacks into a buff onto your character. However, this has a couple problems the way it's implemented that makes it, in my opinion, very suboptimal, but also very annoying to play with. The main one is a lot of your abilities are chained, right? So your third ability is chained, and your second ability is chained, which means that if you ever press your second ability or your third ability, it will lock in whatever stacks you have of Domino Drive to the buff immediately, which means that you have to cast your first ability and your ultimate 7 times before ever activating your third ability to get the buff on Domino Drive. And it has a duration as well, which means you have to watch the duration of the buff for 25 seconds. If it falls off and you have 1 stack and then you use a chain ability, you'll get a 1 stack version of the buff, which I don't like having to manage stacks like that in general. And also, this build, you use the third ability a lot, so you're gonna be constantly locking it in. And one of the downsides with Domino Drive is, on top of that, once you get a buff of Domino Drive, you can't override it. So if you get a 1 stack buff of Domino Drive, you're stuck with it for 25 seconds. You can't override it. Even if you did a 7 right after that, you can't stack Domino Drive. You can't replace the buff. You're locked in, which is very unfortunate. So you lose a bunch of power there, and it's something you have to pay attention to. Now, Domino Drive is saved by its Arcade Tech version, which is gonna be the chain reaction. So what this does is, when you have Domino Drive of any amount of stacks on you, as long as you have Domino Drive on you, when you get Domino Drive, you get a skill damage buff of 20%. This makes it a lot more viable. Even if you don't manage the stacks correctly and you miss out on the fire skill power bonus, you still get the 20%. This one should be very close to 100%. Again, it's when you grant a stack of Domino Drive, so the timing might fall off. You might get like 90 to 95% uptime on this, depending on when you consume chain and get the buff based on when it applies Domino Drive, but this is close to 100% uptime with a 20% skill damage and then a variable amount of Domino Drive, depending on how anal you are about making this work. Again, if you were very careful and you casted your 1 and your 4 until you got 7 stacks, then casted your 2 or your 3 in order to get the range and the fire skill power to maximum. Then you paid attention to it for 25 seconds and got chain reaction. This is actually probably better than Infected Weapon. It is actually a very large contribution to your overall power. However, with 1 stack of Domino Drive and just chain reaction, I do think it is weaker than Power Beyond, or it's like slightly worse. So again, it's a whole bunch of headache, a lot of downside, and managing buffs for a potential upside, and in my opinion, that is worse than just the 100% on all the time plus vortexes that you get from Power Beyond. But those would be the options that you would run there, and I do have that on the sheet here as well. So if you have this here in the bottom left, you'll see I do mention Domino Drive with Chain Reaction and Infected Weapon with Infection Amplifier are options. Both of these have the potential to be stronger than Power Beyond in specific scenarios, but they have either, in the case of Infected Weapon, they have lower uptime because it's a proc chance, and with Domino Drive, they have variable amount of power based on how closely you're watching your buffs, which, again, it depends on whether you're willing to do the headache. In my opinion, Power Beyond is better as a baseline, and you never have to think about it. It's 100% uptime, it's power all the time, but I want to just highlight that for people that want to know what the different options are. And personally, I think it's kind of cool that characters at least have multiple choices they can choose from. It's designed for estimates, so you don't have to use a chain skill. Yeah, exactly. We are, Tabo, we are. You wrote a new mod on in-air movement? A new mod on in-air movement. I don't, can you rephrase the question? You can also run Two-Face as well with its yellow mod. The downside with this is that, again, this has 50% uptime. You will still get the range increase instead of the power increase, and the power increase is gonna be lower. So 24% power is better than Power Beyond, but it's only up half the time, and then sometimes you won't get power, which means that 24% turns into like 8%, which I think is worse than 15% on Power Beyond, but you can make your own assessment. This is just what I recommend. You have 200, I have over 200 hours. So what is it called? What is it? It's coin, lucky coin. So if you have two faces, heads gives you lucky heads, and tails gives you lucky tails. So, if you get heads, heads is power, right? So if you get heads, you get power and range and cost. If you get tails, which is no power, you get a little bit of power, movement speed, and range. But still, even I would say 14% base skill power ratio is still worse than 15% skill power overall, right? So you still would have a chance at a lower power. If you use Two-Face with Lucky Coin and you get heads, it is better than Power Beyond, but if you get tails, it's worse. And it has a cooldown. I still think it parses worse than Power Beyond. If it had if it had no cooldown, it would probably average out to be a little bit better than Power Beyond. But the fact that Two-Face has a cooldown, I think, is what kills it. If this had no cooldown, I think you would be right. It would be better. But that 10-second cooldown gives you a 50% uptime, and that's just... You have it for 10 seconds, and then you have 10 seconds off, you know? And what happens if, again, you cut it in half, and then in the half that you get, what if you get tails when you're fighting a boss and heads when you're fighting mobs, you know what I mean? 80% chance for 22%, but you still have the cooldown is the problem. So yeah, like I said, if there was no cooldown on this, and as soon as you lost your roll, it would roll again immediately, it probably would be better than Power Beyond. But that cooldown is what kills it, I think. 50% uptime on a chance to get a good buff. So it's 50% uptime, and on the 50% uptime, you know, 20% of the time you don't get the good one. You get one that's worse than Power Beyond. So, you know, like, that means that 10% of the time you're worse than Power Beyond. 50% of the time you have no benefit. And then 40% of the time, you're better than Power Beyond. You know? No, I think the cooldown starts when the buff rolls off, Orb, doesn't it? Otherwise, there would be no point. Otherwise, the cooldown wouldn't exist. There would be no reason for a cooldown. If the cooldown started right when you got the buff, then there would be no reason to have a cooldown on this, right? Cooldown applies after granting the effect. Let's see. Otherwise, then why even have a cooldown at all? Oh my God, you're right. Then why have a cooldown at all? I guess so you can't get both buffs. That's why. Why do they just say you can't have both buffs at once? Why even have a cooldown then? You're right. You're right, I'm wrong. It is 100% uptime. It's just 20% of the time you're worse than Power Beyond. 80% of the time you're slightly better with no vortex. But you're right. I'm wrong. So they just put the cooldown on here so that you don't have both buffs at once. It's just a very weird way to write it. Did I talk about it in the video? Not Halo Lasso. I heard Lasso's pretty hard, is it? I saw Peanut was playing it this morning. Tried using it, it's not great. Yeah, it's because, yeah. Too irregular. Actually, I just tested this. This is actually, you do get 100% uptime on a buff in this. The cooldown here is, it starts after, once you get the buff. And the reason they did that is so that you don't have two coins and you don't have heads and tails simultaneously. I don't know why they just didn't write that instead of putting, like, the cooldown is very confusing. But this is, as my chat pointed out, this does give you full uptime of one or the other on the buffs. And if you run the lucky coin with it, I think a percentage of the time it will be slightly better than Power Beyond, and then a percentage of the time it will be slightly worse than Power Beyond, and you won't get you won't get the vortex effect. And the challenge here is that it's not actually perfect 100% uptime because you need to be able to do this. And there will be times where if you use your 1 or your 4, you won't get the buff. And there will be times where you forget to reapply the buff and you're not using your 1 or your 2 or your 3. So it's not gonna be perfect 100%. It's probably gonna be like 90 to 95% uptime, but it is a viable option if you wanted to run it. I just think Power Beyond is just a cleaner approach that's gonna be probably slightly better all of the time with like minor upgrades sometimes based on how you play. But at least, you know, there's choices, there's options. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool, champ. Next, let's talk about arcade tuning. This would be my recommendation for the arcade tuning here. The reason I like this is you get skill duration up on this. Skill duration is very important for this build. You may not think, like, it's not like the normal like buff duration for this, but the reason skill duration is useful is it keeps your puddles lasting longer, which means that you have more time to manage your crit buff as well as more damage through the throughput on the puddle on the ground. For this personally, I have a little bit of duration on the AM module, and then I have duration here in the arcade tuning, and that's about enough. You really need like 20 to 30% duration to be able to manage the cooldown on your 1 to keep your crits up and also keep the puddles up on the ground, which is worthwhile. I think it's also very worthwhile to get the skill crit damage here. Since you're critting all the time, this is a really big boon on top of all this, and you also get range here, which helps you max out that range with a single range module in this as well. So you have a little bit of range from Breach Explorer. Breach Explorer fully stacked up is about the same as skill expansion. So Breach Explorer here plus a little bit of range in this is plenty to max out your range on that, and all of this cleans this up really nicely. And then we're gonna come up here and you have a couple options for your mutant cells. So let's talk about that for a second. If you're running Firebrand, which I recommend running for this build, you get some resistance shredding built into this, which is why in this build, right now I'm running Fire Cohesion, which is just a pure damage increase. However, you have some other options in here as well. You could, if you're not gonna run Firebrand, like if you wanted to run, say, Slayer instead, you could run Slayer, and in that case, if you're running Slayer or another power increase on your externals, I would run like Fire Chain Catalyst just to get that shred on there, to get that bonus there. The other option, which I know is really big in the community right now, is you can run Defense Neutralization. However, unfortunately, as this works, the unfortunate thing is Defense Neutralization is one of the best mutant cells you can get in the entire game. However, it's in a different place for every character because, again, I hope they abolish this socket system for the mutant cells. Just make it so we can put whatever cell we want in whatever corner, because they just arbitrarily chose for us which characters get what cells in what slot. Unfortunately for Blair, his defense neutralization is up in the left corner, which means you're in the firearm corner of the build. So what you could do is you could kill all of your benefits, like lose your crit damage, lose your duration, lose your range, lose your skill power, lose your MP, and instead get useless firearm attack and firearm bonuses here in order to go over here and get defense neutralization. It is a very powerful mod. Shredding resistance along with defense is incredibly good. It has some downsides in that, if other people are, damaging enemies and they break their shields and damage their HP before you get a chance to, it's not going to apply defense neutralization. So this is really better for like Colossus and mobs that have a lot of shield on them to protect their HP to get that bonus. And also it only lasts 15 seconds. So in fights, like long fights, as soon as the 15 seconds is up, you can't reapply it anyway. So once it's there, it's there. So if you wanted to, you could. And I think in the case of a Colossus fight, you probably would sacrifice all these benefits and go for defense neutralization in the top left corner. But for me, running this for Onslaught 4 or Dungeons, I think this is the superior option. And again, if you're running with Firebrand over here, I would run with Cohesion in the top right corner just to get the power to kind of fit that all together. Mid-air movement is waste of time if you solo. What is mid-air movement? Is it a mod? What's mid-air movement? What is that? Not a trigger. It's not a mod. Not in here. What is mid-air movement? You mean mid-air maneuvering? Huh? Use a mod that's not in movement. Gun builds OP, but I'm not doing a gun build right now. This is a skill build. Those would be different builds. Can you run a new mod on in-air movement? What? That doesn't matter. You're trying to get me to change this module? This is one of the most insignificant things you can run in the build. This means like basically nothing. I mean, I guess you could run like long distance or something if you really wanted to, but it has literally no bearing on the build whatsoever. You can make you can do multi, you can do long distance, you can do midair, like they're all the same thing. I have 1,600 hours. Okay. I mean, whatever mod you want to use, you can use, you know? It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Recommend any solar frames? Are they all pretty neat? They're all pretty neat. I would say a Nez, Bunny, and... What is going on here? Hello? What the frick was that? What is happening? Oh my God, stop! Help! I hate the way Windows 11 does context switching. It's so bad. Oh my God, Windows, please. Why is Windows 11 so bad? I want Windows 10 back. What is it? Can you, hello? What is happening? Display. Borderless window. Oh, dude. Okay, yes. Please. Stop. Restart involved? No, it's just the way Windows 11 handles context switching is really bad. They do like that little zoom, like they tried to make it really clean and cool, and the coolness reduced the usability. It's like one of my biggest pet peeves in software, when you try to make something cool, but in the process of making something cool, you make it work worse. I hate that so much. And that's what they did with Windows 11. They did so many things in Windows 11 that, like, it's cool and snazzy, but loads slower and works worse and has a lot of problems. But it's cool. Okay, yeah, but it's worse. Why did you make it worse to make it cooler? You know? Tokon announced Phoenix Cyclops? Ooh. Yeah, they have the Tokon beta today, right? The Tokon beta. On beta, on fleek. What else do we have in here? Then for reactor, you want fire singular, and I would recommend, again, singular with crit damage at your highest power. Again, you could swap cooldown if you wanted to move some mods around and change your archy tuning if you'd like to as well. And then lastly, for the AM in the top left here, I would look for primarily crit damage, singular boost, and or fire boost, and then duration up. Like, those are the big ones you want to get. Crit damage is the number one. If you have to maximize, you can see with my build as well. You see the maximize here. I have one that just has crit damage on it, really. They're blue and very low. So, you know, you can get those ones, but just make sure you have a good roll of crit damage. That's your biggest contribution of damage. Then if you get singular boost or fire boost, it's pretty good as well. This isn't a modifier heavy build in general. And then duration up, range, and cooldown can also be very good on the flex there as well, if that's what you're looking for. So very easy to roll with that based on what you get. And again, you can change these modules based on what stats are on there. For the dog, it's literally meaningless. You can choose HP or ammo is probably the best, but because his second ability gives him so much sustain, like he gets HP and MP every time he uses a second ability, HP and MP dog don't matter that much, and he never shoots, so you don't really need rounds. So the dog choice doesn't matter too much. And then for the invasion reinforcement, whatever, I just get double damage reduction with movement speed, because again, once you have your range maxed out, you don't need range. Cooldown doesn't go over cap anyways, and all the other, you're not shooting your gun, and you're not using the seasonal weapons, so there's not really anything though to get. So I just get damage reduction and movement speed as the piece there. But this is the overall Classic Chef build. Super fun. I'm enjoying it a lot. Hopefully you are too. And let me know what build you'd like to see me work on next. They have Green Goblin. Rival Scenes Green Goblin. Depends on which version of Green Goblin. I don't have that problem with Windows 11. Really? Exactly, Soul Bad Guy. Yes, yes, yes. I use it's called Start All Back, but there's plenty of mods you can get for Windows 11 that allow you to move your start bar. But that's another example of one of the reasons why I hate Windows 11. I am someone that always has my start bar on a different monitor. I don't like it on my main monitor. So I don't like having to like Alt Tab out of a full screen application to find the taskbar and then start messing with it and Alt Tab back in, right? So why did they just remove that feature? Windows 11 at base, you can't move the start bar. They just took it away. Like, why? What? You have to mod for that? Yeah. So I use Start All Back is what I use. But there's a bunch of, you can get like, yeah, there's like GitHub things you can get. There's like mods and extensions and stuff you can get that allow you to move it. But I don't know why they just took that away. Like, did they just think that no one uses it? I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority. But I was very irritated by the fact that I upgraded to Windows 11. My performance got worse. I got more hitches. The context switching is worse. And my start bar needs a mod to be movable. Windows 11 just felt like it was an overall downgrade in almost every way. Can't wait for Windows 12. You have to get in there development testing to have it, which of course could cause crashes. Of course, yeah, of course. Not being able to move this menu bar was a weird takeaway. Yeah, like if it's a feature, just keep it. Like there's no reason to take that stuff away. Like why are you just removing features from us? So cringe, bro. So cringe. Windows XP but better. I thought Windows 10 was great. Windows 10 was one of the best ones we've had in recent memory. I mean, we don't talk about 8, right? But Windows 10 ran better, had all the features, and was just highly functional. I have upgraded 3 machines to Windows 11, and I've noticed a performance degradation in every single one of them. And in 2 out of the 3 upgrades, I started getting horrible hitching. Like, I don't know if you guys got this on Windows 11, but like watching videos would sometimes hitch. Any graphical rendering would hitch. Like you get those hiccups and stuff. Loading stuff up would hitch. Running games would hitch. And this is on different processors, different hardware, different motherboards. It was just a Windows 11 thing. Yeah, just, ugh. And of course, the context switching is so bad. Like they added that little animation where it zooms in and comes back, and then everything goes black, and then context switching in Windows 11 is so ugly. I think they probably did it because like the visual thing is good when you're doing like mobile or tablets, but doing context switching that way with a graphical representation that you have to process and wait for on a desktop makes no sense. There's no reason to do that if you have multiple screens or you're running on a desktop. It's like a handheld kind of thing. And it lags and blacks all the screens out, and then it moves windows around. Like you context switched, and so it moved your browser over here and your Explorer over there, and it just like, oh man. Anyways, that's how I feel. Those are my opinions. Take them or leave them, or else. Windows 7 the best, 60 DOS, 3 best. Yeah, agreed. Windows 7 was really great. Windows 8 was pretty bad. Windows 10 was good. And then we had some other offshoots, but yeah, and then I guess if you're a Linux enjoyer, but Linux has its own problems. Linux has so many great things about it, except it feels like when you are on Linux, it feels like you're living in Australia. And what I mean by that is that new releases in media, like shows, TV, movie theaters, and games, always go to Oceania last. And so that's how I feel like Linux is. Like living in Australia, you get games later than everybody else. Your internet is worse than everybody else. You get server regions almost never in some games. Sometimes you never get oceanic regions. And you just feel like you're like a second-class citizen. And Linux is the same way. There's a lot of things that like support functionality, extensions, executables, some programs, and like other things either don't exist on Linux or come to Linux very late. And that's one of the things that frustrates me about Linux if I was on Linux. Sometimes you just Sometimes things just don't get Linux support, or if they do, it's really late, and it just feels it's just a lamer. It's getting better and better in correlation with Windows, getting worse. Yeah, but again, it's more of like an industry thing or like a culture thing. If Linux was as ubiquitous as Windows, I would probably be a Linux stan. I would be a Linux main, but I don't like it where like, oh right, this thing doesn't have Linux support yet, so I can't run it. Oh, this game isn't on Linux yet, so I have to dual boot or something to get it to work. And I feel like if I'm dual booting, even some of the time, I kind of just want to be on Windows. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to dual boot for half the stuff I do. It just seems like it's a huge pain in the butt. But Linux is more powerful. It's very flexible, you know? It's really nice. Community's been good about getting the Linux equivalent, yeah. But still, you're gonna have new releases that on release day you can't play unless you dual boot or you wait for the community to come up with a translation for it. And even then, there's some rare things that will never work on Linux unless some you know, engineer decides to spend their weekends making it work, and then you have to wait a month for it to work or whatever. And then obviously Mac has the same problem, but Mac also has the problem that with Mac, they protect their registry so aggressively that if you're trying to solve a problem on Mac, it becomes sometimes way more of a headache. Like if you have, like at least on Windows and especially on Linux, if there's like something you have to go into the registry for, or you have to like, you know, go into the back end for, or mess with the OS for, it's very doable on Windows and it's super easy on Linux. But on Mac, if there's something stuck in registry, getting to it is a huge pain in the butt. It's actually so annoying. Oh yeah, this driver is being blocked by registry. Oh, okay, well I have to go do like 19 steps to get access to it to fix it. And they do that because Mac is probably one of the most stable OSs in the world. But it's stable because it has child protection locks on it. Because obviously if you don't know what you're doing and you're going into the registry or something, you're gonna break a bunch of stuff. And they don't want you doing that, but you know, I get it. You don't even get solitaire. Windows 11, so trash. I know, ridiculous. It's all about control over the whole vertical stack. Yeah, and they did it for usability, right? That's why Mac is so stable, is because they protect the user from that sort of thing. You know, you can't delete your system 32 on a Mac. They won't let you. But yeah, again, I know there's pros and cons to child locks. Depends on what you want to use it for. But that's why, you know, iPhones are so stable, and why iPads are so stable, and why people can use a MacBook for 20 years and it barely ever breaks. Pros and cons. They protect the user from the user, exactly. I protect you from you. To each their own, as they say. You live hardcore? I do, yeah. Every day. I do a combo trial in Avatar Legends or Tokon. I control everything and take weeks to get it just right, but once it feels good to use, yeah. If you have the time and the knowledge, Linux is superior. It really is. There's things that you can do in Linux that Windows doesn't support, at least not natively, or even with some dubious means. Let's try this. So what does this even do? Sub options. Like, why is this good but this is bad? Is it because it has a gold? I guess if it has no gold. So if there's no gold rolls, no, this has a gold roll, but 2 blue rolls. It's like do they just assign a number value to how good the rolls are? Like, why is this good, but this one's not? Very weird champ. Very weird champ. Like I use the auto thing, but I still have to go through it visually, you know? Kind of cringe. Kind of cringe if you ask me. You do not live hardcore. How do you know? In 10,000 words, explain yourself. How would you know whether or not I live hardcore? No? What do you know? Oh, it's the EU FF14 Fan Fest. When is that? Is that today? No, it's tomorrow, right? Your face gives it all away. What? What? I use it. Seems pretty stable, but I don't think it would work for you too well. You are more conservative than I. Oh, the trigger module dismantle. Yeah, I just toss anything that's not max golds. I just throw it in the trash. Burn it. All right, let's do a sponsor. Shall we? Shall we sponsor? You want a sponsor? Can you guess what the sponsor is? Can you guess? Can you guess? Can you guess? Can you guess? I bet you can't guess. I bet you can't. I bet you can't. I bet you can't guess. I bet you can't. I bet you cannot. Cookin? No, I wish. Clorox, Overwatch, Yo Mama, Warframe? Does Warframe ever do sponsors? Like ever? Mama Bear get into sponsorship for a baby bear? She would. My mama loves me. Do 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 do. Warframe sluts out for sponsorships? Do they? I don't think I've ever seen. They do like offline stuff, right? Mecha Break? I don't know if they have the money. Problem is I'm not caught up in this game, so I don't know if... I guess we just keep going on the story we're on. I suppose... Suppose I'm done supposing and fixed to start figuring, see? NT, nope. Nope, nope. Nope, nope. No. You're about to hear it. You're about to hear it. It's gonna say it. Or not. Thought it would. Doesn't it say Arknights as soon as you log in? When is Subby, you clown? I'm not a clown. You're a clown. You're a clown. Yeah, it's Enfield. Ooh, 5 pulls. Wow. Is Arcane good? Strong character. Ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Boom. How could you ignore? I'm not ignoring. I would never ignore. What kind of numbers do a typical express put on you? Just play. Yeah, it's usually play for an hour, put a banner on, and whatever. Team Perlika. Perlika's awesome. She's very cool. Hi, sweet baby. Hello. All right. All right, chat. This stream is now officially sponsored by Arknights Enfield. Thank you, Arknights, for the sponsor today. I appreciate it. Super awesome gacha game. We played a little bit of it. Arcane just came out. This pretty lady right here. brand new character coming to the game. She's got like a dual stance playstyle, which is pretty cool, I think. I haven't checked her too much about it, but they are starting. This is their core chapter called Homecoming, which kicked off on July 16th. It is the game's half anniversary update, so their 6-month anniversary. It's crazy it's already been that long. And one of the largest content updates since launch, so big, McLarge, huge. We highly recommend you stream, what the frick? Hold. Arknights Enfield is a 3D real-time strategy RPG combining tactical team combat and immersive world exploration. So I have my queen here, Zhong Fengyi, voiced by Lady Gyokyo from Apothecary Diaries. But it is a four-team comp game. So you're building tactical teams of characters and putting them together, which is pretty sweet. So that's pretty cool, champ. You see there's 4 of us here. So it is a 3D real-time strategy RPG combining tactical team combat and immersive world exploration. So you have these cool environments, lots of exploration. You can make factories and stuff, which is pretty cool. You can even build factories to automate resources and power up your team. The game just launched its latest core chapter, Homecoming, introducing a brand new storyline, uncharted areas, fierce bosses, and exciting playable operators with tons of rewards lined up for newcomers and returning veterans. So do they have, what's the pull? Am I crazy? Is it, here we go. Can we view her, the lovely lady? How do you, here we go.
Consider me a blade at your command.
Ooh.
Point me at where you need me.
You're so sassy.
I will strike.
Pretty lady. You see the pretty lady?
Be a fairy in wind.
This is the new
Move at the
character.
razor's edge.
So she's got like dual stances and stuff, which is pretty crazy.
Momentum.
I wonder if she's like really strong. You can play her as 2 different things. Tactical planning, weapon honing, yeah. This is the new lady. The new lady. The new lady. Enfield carries forward the Arknights universe from the original game with a fully 3D narrative presentation featuring expressive cutscenes, stylized character performances, and visually appealing environments, which we'll see in a second once we continue the story. Diversive operator and combat roles. So as you combine different characters together, make different team comps, put things together, there's like all kinds of different abilities you can use and all this stuff, which is pretty sweet. Wow, pretty sick. Enfield currently features 30 playable operators with enabling distinct combat roles and flexible team compositions. So you can mix up different comps. I'm playing an electric team right here with 3 electric gamers, the horse girl Perlika, Zhuang Fengyi, and then one of the support characters that came out. She's super strong there. They each have unique classes, elements, skill kits, enabling distinct combat roles and flexible team compositions. Command a team of up to 4 operators in real-time battles. Boom! Real-time. Crazy. You can automate your resource gathering and upgrade your team by building and managing your own massive industry. So my factory is a little old. I haven't played in a bit. Where is? This is like, oh, my wooling one's gonna be really weak probably. But it's basically, you can do factory building, you can farm resources this way, and based on how you do your factory, you can combine this together. So you can see this. So you can actually like, it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. You can combine things together. I spent a lot of time on these when these came out. I still have some catching up to do. Like I don't have the new forges and the new things, and there's plenty of space I can build out into as well. But you can like feed inputs, send outputs, you know, combine things, crush things, create new gear. This is how you make gear for your characters as well and get upgrade materials and stuff like that, which is pretty sweet. And this is all real time as well. So you can set up your factory, you can walk around. This is how you create your resources and all that stuff, which is pretty cool. Yeah, and Enfield just had its core chapter kicked off. We're not super caught up on it yet. I still have to do a River, Restless, and Still Wins, but I've heard the new one is really good. I'm excited to get to it. Yep, and yes, check it out. There you go. Alt-Z. Yeah, it's cool, man. So there you go. That's Arknights Enfield. It is a free-to-play gacha RPG. Super cool. A lot of really cool, fun characters. Some big, high-budget voice actors and cool cutscenes. And now, let's continue the story that I'm at. I actually need to... get caught up. I'm not even caught up to the Arcane story. I'm very excited to see the Arcane story. She seems like a cool character. Seems pretty cool to me, champ. Am I strong enough with this team
Endman, I added a new module.
to do story? I might not be. Maybe we should go to my
Be it for foes or guests,
ice team.
we prepare fully before stepping forth.
Lady Gyokyo. I love that voice actress. Let's do this one. This is probably stronger. I don't like playing Last Ride as much, but she's stronger right now. Several days later. Bum, 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 bum. Wonder how Tang Tang is doing. Let's go find out. Don't go anywhere. Go get your pizza, man. Go piss, girl. Go piss, girl. Just finished Apothecary Diaries is so good. Season 2 soon, and a movie.
Dark Mask, why are you here?
Looking for the chief. Actually, I kind of want to just like
After that incident,
get caught up.
the chief.
I want to see Arcane. Doing all right? Tang Tang? Tang Tang. Offline. She's not toasting
Didn't
back.
toast you back? She said, if anybody comes asking, get them to help. And that means gathering at least 99,999 red jade ginseng. That, or grab a gun from the warehouse and bang it as loud as you
99,000?
can while walking around the stockade, shouting, "Fire the fiery flare! Tang Tang the Supreme Chief! Come meet us here!"
Was it for me or for Bear? I wasn't paying attention. You've never heard
And
Go Piss Girl?
If you're sincere enough with the noise you make,
One that's quicker, maybe?
please, don't make it hard for me. Nobody wants the chief to plant her boot in our faces.
I mean, some people probably might. I must meet her. It's important. Two Cities Pizza. Ooh, yummy.
I can't tell you how, but I can't stop you from accidentally overhearing things. Here goes. Someone actually saw the chief recently.
What?
Near these parts.
These parts? What parts? Snoop around. I'm snooping? I'm snooping? Food's ready. Delivery is here. Okay, that's not it.
Our chief is so busy. People keep looking around for her. Lucky for us, we know where she is.
Oh, yeah. The real bros know where she is.
So right before this, Tang Tang the Chief, one of the playable characters, she went missing after she had to basically eliminate her brother because he went evil and got consumed by evil darkness. So we fought him, he's one of the bosses, and then she's like distraught over having to fight her own flesh and blood.
Chief is really working herself to the bone. Hardly see her nowadays.
Chief's got no choice, bro. Ran's underlings are recruiting more to their side. Said they wanted revenge. That's some serious trouble on her hands.
If only
No, it's
there
not
was
AI,
someone
it's
to keep her company
they
and
use a lot
talk
of
with her.
multilingual voice actors in this.
If someone like that
You'll
were
hear
around,
you'll hear
she'd
their
wanna
natural
be
dialect
all over
and their
all
natural
near the water wheel.
accent while they're doing it. I think a lot of the voice actors, especially for like NPCs and stuff, are not native English speakers. So we could switch to Chinese or Japanese or Korean. I don't know what they support here, but I think it's very clear that some of these voice actors are multilingual. So you'll hear their own their natural dialect, which I think is cool.
We've got a new buddy to play with.
Bum, 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 bum. I'm going. There she is. Little Tang Tang.
that? You're a blinded bastard, big bro!
Oh, she's just yelling into the screen. Back in the day, welcome in. It borders on cheesy, but you can't tell because you don't speak the language, even the natural one. Yeah, they definitely kind of like a lighthearted aspect to it, but there are some scenes that are very serious. And you can also tell with some of like the background NPC characters, it's like a mixture. Let's wait for her to simmer down.
Take your whore to live to blood with that! I'm not taking your order! Never!
Tell him.
I'm gonna bring this silly big whore of
Her
yours
little
here,
wiggly ears.
Piss you out till you friggin' rot!
Oh, she pissed.
Till you friggin' cry!
So she's crashing out because she had to kill her brother.
But if you're upset, you can cuss back too.
So she's like going through the stages of grief in real time. Yeah, what's cool about this is you can import other people's factories if you don't want to build your own. So for the people that don't want to play the factory sim, you can just import someone's optimized base and use that for yourself.
What's that?
Who's that?
So nice of you to show up. Almost thought I had to visit Wooling to murk you.
Evildoers.
All right, fam. Let's kill these two and avenge our big bro.
His hands all busted up. And this is why I switched teams. I want to use Zhang Feng Yi, but my last ride is stronger right now. I still haven't built out the Zhang Feng Yi team. There's an accent, gotcha.
Go ahead. Kill me now. Just
got a
like
gap.
how you butchered my big bro.
She's hurt by it too, man. She didn't want to do it. Nice little flourish.
You're part of the fam, Dirt Ranger. And that means I'm letting you off. But get it straight, loser. No one touches my fam.
Loser.
Now get out!
Yo, what's up, Jake? How are you? Good to see you. How you been? How's life?
Traitor!
She didn't want to kill him, man. Messed up.
Traitor? You get up with Big Bro and sneak to the breaker scene to our socket! How dare you call me a traitor! I'll rip him apart if you ever see you again! Rip him bloody raw and
The little
hang you
ear
for
wiggles,
free.
man. Busy's always good. Good busy, I hope. Very merciful chief, you chose to let them go.
Drop the flattery. I should probably ask who let you through.
There's this emergency, so I eavesdropped a little. Just a little. Just a little bit.
Eavesdropped. Those haters couldn't shut up. All right.
This is Arknight's
That's
Enfield.
this emergency.
Free to play. Check it out. Ronyi's people may still be plotting against Wuling.
Is that why Uncle Sean and his peeps started sneaking around these days? I'm not their only target. They're after Wuling too.
Uncle Shang?
Yeah, one of my bro's advisors. He lost his kid in that scuffle 10 years ago. And my bro lost his dad. Uncle Sean thus started treating Big Bro like his own. Now that Big Bro has died, Uncle Sean is gonna settle the score. And that means us. Especially us.
But Ronyi was the one who chose that path.
He died. Does it really matter who made the choice?
I guess not.
You should head back, Dark Mask. Don't forget to tell that madwoman to keep her stinky hands out of this.
Stinky!
I'll be taking care of it.
Big Bro and fam usage feels forced. It's a little cheesy. It's a little slapstick. And they kind of borderline between that. Like, there are some really funny scenes where it plays off. You know, like when Chen was like making faces at the video camera and stuff. Like, there's a lot of, but it is more, they lean a lot into comedy. for sure. They definitely have their hard, serious, intense, emotional scenes too, but they have a lighthearted air about the game overall. Please toast me back next time. Text me, bro.
I'm totally alright. Just swapped lately. So I haven't been a baker, you know?
If you need.
Enough talking already. I'm a terrible liar. So when I say I'm okay, it means I'm A-okay. And if I got problems, they're really personal problems.
Supreme Chief!
Enough! Leave me alone.
Okay. Whatever you say, girl. Go piss, girl. Holding the stance. Time to Wuling, I guess. Does this mean, wait, are we about to see Lady Yokio? My love. My lovely. Does anyone know? Are we about to go see her? I don't know if we finished this story arc or not with her. The environments in this game are very pretty. Like, they do a great job with the environment. Especially Wuling City. And then the new region we haven't got to. I don't know how close we are. Hopefully we're getting there. Got a bit angry back then, Soars. I should thank you for sharing news with me, TBH. Got you a thank you gift. Qingwu is also visiting Wulin, so I asked her to deliver. Pick it up from her if you got time. Done forget. Thanks a mil, Chief. She texts like a middle schooler, bro. Look at the city. Pretty. That's got like a lot of NPCs. A lot of these games don't have like very big crowds because of the performance. So it's cool when games actually do crowds and it's like feels lived in. There's like shops and stuff. It's pretty cool, champ. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. I didn't finish building out Jung.
Here for the chief's present? I placed it on the side.
That money? What is that? No? That's a load of Tang Tang certs.
Tang Tang certs represent our
Tang Tang
chief's
certs.
appreciation and trust. I haven't even managed to earn one yet. Would have sneaked one for myself if the chief didn't beat people up for that.
You can't steal the chief's trust in me.
Then you better take proper care of them. The chief won't forgive anyone who loses her special set.
Okay.
Alright, handover complete. Got around. I have a bit.
See you later. Megan, thank you for the gifted. Thank you. Enjoy the sub, Robbie. What was that for, Megan? Why are you at Wuling City? You're gonna lurk? Enjoy the lurk. Thank you for the support.
You know, just doing some errands. I really got wrong.
Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Take the certs, okay. Mine now. What was some pork chop and rice? I had salmon and rice. And kimchi and cauliflower just a bit ago before stream. Ooh, immersion. Oh, we get to play Tong Tong. Let's go.
Uncle Shell's going insane. Why send people to Wuling to mess things up?
Wow, she's a gun user, right? Oh yeah, and she has like the little water vortexes and stuff. Ooh. Oh, okay, can't go this way.
This is super urgent.
Something with rice mood? Yeah, me too. I've been doing the thing where like I put veggies in the tray above the rice and then steam the veggies. And then like any nutrients lost from the veggies get poured into the rice and then I put some salmon or cod with it.
Wuling. I hope those losers haven't caused any trouble yet.
Yeah, losers.
Don't worry. I found their trail. Got one at Citizen Square. The other three brought something to that big shopping road.
Fine. I grabbed that loner loser.
Need help with that?
Have a good sleep, Belle. See you tomorrow.
Sneaked into Wulin because we didn't want to attract attention. If we move as a team, the Mad Woman is gonna notice, and she's gonna start coughing people with her watch guards. Mad Woman doesn't get to intervene in stockade beats, and that's final.
Sure. I'll snoop
Yeah,
around
put it all in the
and
rice
continue
cooker.
with my investigation.
So rice in the rice
Other
cooker,
means
a tray
if
on
you
top with
order,
veggies, and close it. Hit a button, and then it's done a little bit later.
Chief, are
And then I air fryer the meat.
I really appreciate your gift.
I just put it in each device, and boom, full meal.
Ugh, Dark Mask, you little... You could have picked any day, just not today.
Don't put this on
Those are
us.
sneaked into Wulin to cause trouble. Gotta find them
Catfish
before
or
we
flounder?
notice us.
Probably
It
flounder.
cost us a lot to end that major screw up. I gotta get this place so bloody big. There's a little sneak hiding. Oh, maybe I should talk to that old lady over there.
Hey, old lady.
Hey, can I
Pulled
ask you
arcane?
something?
I haven't yet. We
See
should.
anyone who's super suspicious?
After this dialogue, let's see if we have any tickets.
Huh? Again?
Ah!
What's so auspicious?
What?
Huh? No, it's suspicious. So anyone sneaking around?
Hey, come now, young miss. A pretty girl like you shouldn't be
She said we're
snooping
pretty.
around.
I said I'm looking for people who are sneaking around.
How far behind are you? I'm not sure. We're like towards the end of
around.
Wuling, so we're not caught up to Arcane yet.
Yes, I did.
I think we have. Was there a Mifu chapter?
sneaky
We're on the
one
Tong Tong
I
chapter
saw
right now.
today.
Was there a Mifu chapter and then maybe a Zhongfeng Yi?
Sneaky? How?
Oh,
A couple patches, I think.
you are very sneaky, young miss.
Whoa.
I saw people scampering away when they saw you.
Her glasses are so wide.
Skipper, where did he go?
There. They went that way.
That's the big shopping road. Did he run off to meet his gang?
Tong Tong, then Mifu? Is there a Zhongfeng Yi chapter or no? Did she not get her own chapter?
Ma'am.
I guess this is the Feng Yi chapter, right? Oh, I can't pull right now. We'll have to finish this immersive mode, then we can see if we can pull. Be cool to get Arcane. She seems cool.
So many hiding spots here. If I check every shop, those losers will be long gone. And with all these people around, they might find me first. That bloke is standing there all alone. Maybe I should ask.
You walking down today? Okay, cool. You guys want a fun animal fact? You see these herons right here? Or cranes? There is a great blue heron in real life. The great blue heron is...
This is super urgent.
What is it?
We can't afford any delays.
They're massive. They're huge birds. They're like 5 feet tall, and their wingspan is like almost 7 feet wide. So think about how big it is. Like basically as tall as some of the shorter people that live in the world, and as wide, like wingspan wise, as some of like the most, like taller than me. So like 7 feet by 5 foot, massive. They eat like baby crocodiles and caiman, huge birds. Guess how heavy they are. How heavy do you think the great blue heron is? Being 5 feet by 7 feet wide. Yeah, they're like ocean flyers. They eat alligators. They eat, like it's a bird. They just swallow it. They eat, yeah, anything they can find. They're huge predators. They're giant birds. They're really, really big. How heavy do you think they are? I learned this last night. It was really interesting. 10 pounds? Oh, it's where you know. I had a painting of 2 great parents. She was very fond of them. Yeah, they're like 5 pounds. It's like 4 or 5 pounds. 7 feet by 5 feet. Huge. They eat crocodiles and stuff. 5 pounds. And that's because birds, they have to fly, and so they have hollow bones and very light feathers and stuff. But it's kind of crazy that a bird that big is 5 pounds. That's nothing. It's nothing, dude. There's a good picture of them. I don't know. These guys, they're huge. It's a 6-foot wingspan, and they're 5 feet tall, but they're 5 pounds. How crazy is that? Fun little fact. As we saw a bird flying by.
You there, my good man?
Huh? Are you here to rush my final draft?
What?
I just need a few more days. I need to fix the goodness of fit.
Goodness of fit? Sure. Exercise a bit more, I guess. Anyway, did you see anyone acting all weird as this?
Sus?
Weird and sus.
She has 0 social skills.
Not really.
She was very
But
rural,
I
I
can
think.
ask that
Tong
watch
Tong.
guard
She grew up
for
in
you.
like a nomad clan of mercenaries out in the
we
backwoods.
got a young miss looking for someone. Huh? Where did she go?
What's going on?
She was here just a second ago. Now that's really weird and sus.
Dun, 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 dun.
That Dumbledore almost
She does
caught
speak
the
in
watch
truncated
guard
text.
away.
She's very, very crass, I would say.
Something smells delicious. Wait! I'm not here for the food. Hello? Hey, boss. Seen a bunch of weirdos hanging out together and behaving really sus.
And I was wondering if anyone would ask me that. Saw a group of 4 dragging some luggage who went past my place. I asked if they needed some food, but they ignored me. I think they were trying to follow someone who's... Ah, yes, someone dressed in black. They were walking
Was it
super
Dark
fast,
Mask?
too. I could hardly see them clearly.
Dressed in black?
Oh! Hangman!
Are they after Dark Mask?
Dark Mask? Yeah, there was someone with some darkness on their face.
Where did it go?
The Hot Pot Eatery. Saw them go in.
Thanks a million, boss.
Bam, 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 bam. Oh, montage. There's Panda.
Ah, come on in. We got plenty of seats, dining alone or with a group.
No, thanks. I'm good. Did you see a person wearing some eye cover and a group of 4? They're following.
Some eye cover.
That's right.
And is this someone dressed in black? And
What is
keeps
this?
talking about engineering and tech?
Sparkle.
Exactly. That's the perfect description.
And right back there too.
Huh?
What? Are they taking Dark Mask into the hot spot?
No, Tong Tong, behind it.
Dark Mask, I'm here to save you.
Oh my jeez.
Quiet. Oh.
Panda.
Hey, where did this little girl come from?
Oh, are his sunglasses the eye cover?
Who are you?
Dressed in black?
Urselma's looking for me. Is he you?
Whoopsies. She was looking for Pangman, not Panda. Duh.
No, you're not. I'm looking. Hey, nobody's looking for you.
Rude.
Is he here to wreck our store?
Nah, just a little girl. It's okay. Get back to work. No big deal.
No big deal.
Hey, she's gone already. Oh, wow. That goes fast.
The bike chain belt buckle. Panda's he's kind of hardcore.
Oh, freaking fell back my eyes. I'm never going to that lousy place ever again.
Go, Pan.
Chief, some fam reported seeing the gang with some luggage. They just entered the underground canal near the Bureau of Swordmancers. I'm
Swordmancers.
sending you the location.
Underground canal. Luggage. Something doesn't feel right. Mifu should be hot on my heels by this time. And here I am running around her place. Why isn't she acting? Gotta stop thinking about this. So spooky.
Spooky!
Maybe my sneaking skills.
What the frick's the red panda?
Wasn't too hard.
Wuling Underground Canal. Store in dark. What are we storing? Ooh, red light. They gotta be evildoers.
Let's go and return to the stockade fort.
Stop right there, scumbag!
Caught him!
Have fun making your chief chase you?
Dynamite.
What the hell is this? A detonator! Gotta holler for help! But who?
Is this gonna be a big misunderstanding, I wonder?
What are you doing sneaking about down there?
Ah, it's Mifu!
What?
Has she rerun
Why
yet?
are you here?
I did want to get her.
Got no time for you!
Oh? Cause we have fancy boutiques in the drainage canal? Don't treat me
Guessing
as
she's
stupid,
what,
little
Gauntlet
kitty.
main DPS?
Out with it.
There's Pegman. I dropped my device in the canal. Chief is helping me?
Dark Mask!
She's the coolest she is.
Yeah, heard that, Captain Me? Now go and find your silly wingers and don't get in my way!
Emin, she's obviously here to...
Great sword, okay. She main DPS?
Whatever. If you gotta figure it out, I'm sure you're on top of it. And I'd appreciate it if you call me once you're done. Thanks in advance.
Dark Mask, quick, get down here! I found a bomb!
No response. A bomb?
Hurry up, Dark Mask! You're the only one I can count on! Ancestral Spring, help us! Don't let it go off!
Disarm the bomb. Ooh. Ah, it's one of these. Am I timed? No. Okay. I have to use all of them? One more on each of these. Oh, we're over on yellow here. Okay. So like that. We need 2 here and 1 more there. And then we need, oh, what the frick? Oh, you need to go like this. Never got her. Playing free to play. My girls love Camille. I can see that. It's disarmed.
Thank Talos you're here, Dark Mask. Did have... Wait, why are you here in the first place?
Good question. Chief's visiting. Got to give her a proper reception.
I don't buy it. Let's ditch this stuffy place. We'll have a proper talk outside.
That mask? What about it? Ooh, nice and bright.
Almost thought I was going down with that blasted bomb. I even thought about telling the madwoman everything. Can just watch the bomb go off. But thankfully you showed up today. Oh, you big time, Dark Mask.
You're welcome.
I'll make it up to you. Before we forget, just tell
Give her
me
a thumbs up when you get the chance, okay?
how did you know I was here?
Hopefully I didn't miss it already. I guessed you're after the loyalist.
I'm starting to suspect you're a different species, Dark Mask. Maybe they build you with an extra brain.
Maybe. Why didn't you ask me to join you?
The stock had finally entered a truce with Wuling.
Didn't miss yet? Okay.
Peace isn't easy, you know. And I don't want to mess things up.
She has had leadership thrust upon her and doing her best. Things would be messed up if I weren't around.
But this is stockhead business. I didn't want you to get involved again.
Oh,
You
shush.
keep calling me chief and helping me out again and again. But I gave you nothing but trouble. I just wish I could do something for you and your envy right now. If I couldn't do that, at least I shouldn't be getting in your way.
I'm part of the fam.
What did you just say?
I'm part of the fam. Only the fam calls you chief, right?
The fam? That's
I'm
right.
fam.
Alright. Then I guess I'll bend the rules a bit and let you help me out.
Let us help you, huh? Aye, aye, chief.
So, those stinking losers got away. They definitely scampered back to Uncle Shang. Let's track them down, find Uncle Shang's hiding spot, and freaking destroy all their plans to attack this city. I'll do some scouting. Wait for my news.
Text us this time, you silly girl. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, but I probably should go Cyclops, so yeah. I don't know if that would happen. All right, let's see if we can pull. What are these? Oh, we have gaze north to the rift, HH. We have 9 pulls. Not much of that left, do we? 30 to get free. I don't know if we'll make it there. She's cool, I like Arcane.
Consider me a blade at your command. Point me at where you need me.
I don't know what her 2 builds are like. She can swap between 2 different stances. Like you can turn her into one or the other, which kind of gives you the option to play 2 different ways. It's pretty cool.
Oh.
She's a caster, okay.
And
no, fluorite. No. No. Not looking good. Last one. Dang. 21 to get the next one, but darn it. Do I have any free ones? I think I did end up getting Pog as well. Are you 1 at a time instead of 10? Because 10 would have used my my red. I wanted to use only the tickets. I only had 9. Darn it. No luck.
Bamboo gummies are back for a limited time.
Oh, runner practice thing? Let's just do story. Mifu.
How is it? Everything going well?
All good. The bomb was disarmed.
Then Tang Tang? Whatever. If she agreed to let you help, she probably knows how serious this thing is, and how it has grown out of her petty competition. I know I need not worry about Tang Tang if you were around her, but just give me a call should the need arise. I'm always on Baker.
Thanks, Mifu. You'll be the first to know. Uncle Shang hasn't shown up. He's probably preparing the next attack. Mifam spotted Dirty Rinzer with his crew near my Bailey. I got an idea. We'll definitely expose their hidey hole. Wait for me. End chat. Okay. Ba ba boom bam boom bang bing bang bang ba ba bang bang. Oh, we should just teleport, huh? Oh, we can go. No, we just press V. Teleportate. Dun 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 dun.
I am definitely not.
What's this? After waiting around for a while.
It's almost time. Why isn't Tung Tung here yet?
Waiting around isn't gonna help. Scan the place, look for clues. Is there a scanner? Scan.
So many footprints. And in such a mess.
You're all gonna pay for this!
Whoa! She in a box? Oh. What happened here?
Trying to take me down? Not in this lifetime, losers! Not even in 8 freaking lifetimes!
Quit struggling already, little ding. This is the day you pay for Big Bro's death.
Bum 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 bum.
All right. Dark Mask! I knew you'd come and help. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Be gentle, Mr. Dolly. Sanitize the corruption. Any last words?
Oh, boom! Boom! Bum 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 bum.
Snipers!
Oopsies.
Those little shits ambushed me. I gotta be careless. Those bastards caught me off guard.
Are you hurt?
I'm alright. I rushed the dodge, but tripped and scraped my knee. A gentle rub should fix it.
Oh yeah?
If it weren't for that fall, I would have dominated the battle. Like, I had to be totally untouched.
Oh. Or not. Ointment. Show me your wounds. I got meds.
No, it's okay. I can just walk this off.
Oh. Ooh. Oh, surprisingly gentle, or does she like it? Banda, okay. Boop. Oh. Little penguin on it. Pangministrator.
Wow.
Hi, sweetie.
It's not hurting anymore. Not bad. That bastard's probably in his hideout. Let's go.
Oh.
The loser's trying to dance in circles. Even
Bum,
Kid
bum,
knew
bum,
better
bum,
tricks than
bum,
this.
bum, bum.
He's deliberately messing up the footprints.
He's building big time. Let's move. Last wing, this will hurt.
Ooh. My computing power shall mend.
Crush you. Something doesn't look right.
What doesn't look right? That's right, run, cowards! Run! Do. What's next, Chief?
Patience, little one.
You call him
If
little.
you want axe, spook a fall beast and follow it back to its roost. Angoshan's gang often acts in groups. He's definitely trying to find his people and get back home.
Impressive. You actually got plenty of tricks.
But those losers think I grew up pampered and spoiled by my brother. They're freaking wrong. I'm his best apprentice and next in line. Now why won't anyone mention that? Ugh, enough about this. Let's find where that little Tweety fowl ran off to.
Little Tweety? Little Tweety bird.
Footprints! Follow them! Dirt greens must be over there!
Any of the rotating banners 6 stars? I think I have most of them.
See?
Except for maybe the, I don't have the little spear guy. I have Pog, Last Right. I have, obviously, Ardelia. A cunning strategist you are, Chief. Who else is there?
Long enough, Slowpoke. Jeez, what happened to your hand?
It's nothing. Just ran into that little whiny snot.
Why the hell mess with her? We were told to leave her alone. Uncle Shung will flog you raw. And we got a fair bit of punting after this. I don't know if your messed up hand is up for the job.
Cut the crap. I can punt just as well with one arm.
One-arm punting. Give me a break. River fog is thick as porridge today. The ancestral spring will swallow you whole if you aren't careful.
River.
To fog and raft. Oh, I know where the place is. That's why Big Bro. Follow me.
Out of my way, slime! Can I even cross here? Ready to go? I don't have anything either, but I meant the big ones, Levitain. I have Last Right, Zhuang Fengyi, Lady Gyokyo, Gilberta.
Ciao. Wanna head out for a walk? The colors of the sky look absolutely fabulous today.
Fog.
Let's go over the battle.
Defense Girl,
I
Levitain.
hate fools who like to
And that's it.
micromanage. Thank goodness.
So I
you're
can
not
make,
one
I
of
have my
them.
Last Right team, I can make a Zhang Fengyi electric team. I could make like a mid-tier physical team with like Enmin or Chen. And then I can make a
Looking
Levitain
for
Ember
me?
team.
You finally
So
remember
I have like
something?
two or three teams. And then with Gilberta and Ardelia, I can do some pretty good support too. But obviously I'm missing like a lot of the new ones like Rossi or Mifu or whatever. Because I stopped playing for a while. Is that the Poofy girl? Oh, is that Ember? What's her name? This girl?
The battlefield shows no mercy for
Or
mistakes.
no, Poofy skirt would be her,
Fools who
yeah.
like to micromanage. Thank goodness you're
She's very
not one
pretty.
of them.
She is. Levitain. Is 6'2", the pink gun girl? Who that? Oh, this is a scan thing, yeah.
It's
Got
so beautiful. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I haven't played since Zhuang Fengyi came out, basically. So I'm missing all that stuff, and I haven't like finished building the teams either. The thing is, like, to finish my Zhuang Fengyi team, I have to like get her gear. But I can't make the gear yet until I finish the story. Yeah. Oh, Pink Gun Girl's Yvonne. Yeah, I don't think I have Yvonne. I think I pulled for her and didn't get her. No, I was saving for Lady Gyokyo. So I skipped Tong Tong and Yvonne. But I got Gilberta because I think she's kind of a universal support, right? Yeah, but I can't make the gear I need for Zhuang Fengyi until I finish the story, I think.
Ooh, back to my old gig, huh?
I wish you the best of fortune.
Do 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 do. So it's good that we're doing it. The fog is really thick.
This must be the place. This is why nobody found their hidey hole. This fog is way too thick. We'll definitely lose our way if we go in blind. To think that Big Bro kept warning me for safety reasons. Turns out to be his little secret. Dirt Mask. Figured out a way to get in.
Dejong will help us. Use a spaceship. You can't get through a forest, just use a
Time to
spaceship.
start our chase.
Obviously. Tong Tong?
Stop being so wishy-washy. You scared?
Would you like to visit other places after this is over? Teehee? He's like, you want to hang out? You want to hang out?
I can't ignore my chiefly duties. Got a fam to look out for, so nope, gotta stick around. Plus, I was stuck at Burn the Race. I don't think I'd make it at other places.
You don't have to leave for good. Just visit my place.
Friends usually meet up and visit each other often.
Friends? Friends?
Hey, the chief is not your bestie. Try to behave.
Sundere? Sundere?
Oh, I thought we were cool.
I'm your supreme chief.
What is happening?
Now that we know where they're hiding, let's prepare and go after them.
You! The battle! Bum 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 bum. That's such a catchy tune. Ping 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 ping
Are
ping
you
ping
done
ping
yet?
ping ping
It's
ping
time to
ping
go.
pong 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 pong. That one. No, it's ending. That's a catchy tune. Dun, 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 dun.
I think there's a thick fog between me and my big bro too. He kept secrets and never told me anything. I was being nice, so I never asked. Dark mask. Once the fog lifts, light it. Whatever. I'm still his baby sis. I gotta live with it.
Don't worry, Chief. I'll be with you, no matter what we find.
No matter what. Boom, 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 boom.
Trail's pretty rough. Stay close.
Ah!
Don't fall off. If you're scared,
I was catching a Pokemon. I fell off. Ooh.
the fog is lifting.
We can see.
We've arrived.
Let's go. Bum 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 bum. No, they're closing the drawbridge. How will we get in?
You're closing the gates.
That's what I said.
Turn right in.
Oh. I fell off while exploring. Oh. Damn, okay. All right, Tong Tong. Oh. Just murking everyone inside?
Stop right there. They got some serious bruises here.
Chief, don't forget about me.
Don't forget about me.
I found it.
Great. Heading over right now. I knew it. My Bieber is cautious type. His secret base will have quite a few skip routes. I'll pull the switch for you.
Yay. I mean, it seems like I could just jump up, but I appreciate the help.
Alrighty, come on
Oh.
in.
Well, I guess maybe not. Ooh.
This place is so big and so close to home.
La Bamba.
Why didn't I notice it before? What kind of chief am I?
Bum 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 bum. Oh.
Wait, these people gotta stay slow.
Those who want to join, stand with us.
Speaker of
There's no
Sauron.
future
Mouth of Sauron over here.
hiding in this place.
I dare you! No true Stalkator will ever join the blighted scum! We're an honorable lot.
The Scooby-Doo peak. Yeah, they're very comical about some things.
Don't forget, Run Yi himself invited us here. Run Yi himself had to come to us for vengeance.
Vengeance!
Do his minions think they're any better?
Why you?
How do they see? With the heart of the cards?
Yeah. Big bro.
Perhaps even friendship?
Uncle Sean's no match for Wu Ling Ai, so.
Their third eye?
I don't give a damn. I'll join anyone who helped me make Uli bleed.
Damn. Echolocation, maybe?
You spineless jerks.
Traitors.
What should we do, Razor? They just walked away with another bunch of our people.
Uncle Shung and I disagreed with Big Bro when he wanted to meet them. The stockade don't need no blighted outsiders. Our biz with Wuling is personal.
Ooh.
To hell with these breakers! Dark Mask, did you know? The thing I hate most about my bro is that he tore our stockade apart, our home, and he did that because of hate. And then he told me to take his horn to Wuling and beg Zhongfeng to take me in. Did he think I'm a joke? That I'd abandon our stockade, our home, and our fam? Did he believe that being a chief is just a fun little game to me? He's freaking wrong.
Being a chief is serious.
Broke and bring every last piece back together.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh.
How the hell did you slip into our place?
We came in through the front
Thought
door?
you wanted to repay our kindness for sparing you. That's why you let us here, right?
You might as well forget about leaving. I'll let Uncle Shung know. He'll set up a proper feast for you.
Slowly rides away on a boat.
What's the
I'm gonna go tell him he's here and he's gonna bring reinforcements. Jumps onto a raft and slowly floats away. When he hears about this, I swear. Ooh, look at that. Dang. Bam, 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 bam. She's got cool animations. Dips in the water, she's got whirlpools.
Dirty scum took the only raft. We gotta look for another way.
We can just swim.
Layers. Big Bro probably designed this place himself. The way down is blocked. You must figure out a way to head up.
Okay.
There's an elevator on the other side. Send me over first.
Send you over? What? I can't go this way. Okay.
Super urgent. We can't afford any delays.
Okay, go. Someplace easy. I do, yeah.
Nope. Can't go up.
I'm gonna pull for a Remiel.
There has no juice.
One more. Pretty fast with a bunch of damage to CC. Seems like it. Very snappy. This one you have to do water. Spray? Right? No, yes, no, yes. Or not? Oh, you just whack it? Oh. Like that?
Damn you. And your vengeance is how you cared about. Dark Mask, if Uncle Sean hates the Breakers too, we might get a chance to talk with him.
Thank you! We climb up now. Pew!
On the double! Before the feast grows cold!
Bum 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 bum.
Big Bro actually has another crib. This explains why he hardly
How many
kept
outposts does
anything
one
in
man
stock.
have? This is Ronnie's room?
It's a smile. A stubborn
100 pulls. Good luck,
forward-headed
Dwarf.
thing of us.
Hope you get her.
Dark Mask,
Yeah?
can you wait for a bit?
Okay, sure.
I want to take a closer look. See what he kept at this place. Tight-lipped people got a lot of stuff in their chest. But no one can hold everything in. Some secrets are bound to spill.
Mm-hmm. Cool little masks. A lawbreaker. You guys remember lawbreakers? Who remembers lawbreakers? I'm a filthy skipper. I'm illiterate, I can't read. 100 pulls guarantee, and ZZ, I don't think so.
This crate is locked.
ZZ is, I think 160 like Wuo, right? Or is it 180? Is it 180 or 160 for guarantee? Lawbreakers, what a great game. Once upon a time. Yeah, Epic Games. Yeah, that was,
Artist?
what's his name? Clive? That was Cliff? It was Cliff's game? Flash in the pan, unfortunately. A Tianchi apparatus? Chief, why is this here? Cliffy B, yeah.
Oh.
Blazinski.
My dad probably picked it up from Tianshi. We were fighting lingers almost every day. Got ourselves a load of loot.
What is that? Doesn't look like a work of Haas.
Did it come from somewhere else? But my own man never left this region. What do you mean? Is this actually his? Impossible! My dad is a Tianshi? No way! That's enough, Dark Mask. I know what you're gonna say. I'm not stupid. Sure, our Stockhead got a super complex, rough, angry, and crazy relationship with Wuling. It's a real big mess that no one could really figure out. But I also know that we share the same lingo and traditions. Maybe we were all a part of a bigger fam before. I kept thinking about it, but I don't think I'm wise enough to figure it out. I got only one question in mind. If we were part of a bigger fam, what was our Supreme Chief doing back then? How could the Chief let your fam split in two? That's definitely not the type of Chief I want to be. Never.
The spectator release video that never came out? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. What the frick?
They're waiting for us. A bet. I guess there's no dodging this big fight.
Let's beat him up.
Uncle Shung, that little snotty
Whoa!
Of course she is. The girl's no coward. Ren Yi raised her himself.
It's been quite a while, Uncle Sean. I hope you're doing alright.
Thank you, younger dame. I'm getting old and doing worse.
Then let's return to the stockade, Uncle Sean. My brother might be gone, but I'm still around. We found a bomb. Disarmed it. I also smashed the things outside. It's time to
He doesn't
end this.
realize.
We're still them.
Of course, I knew you since you were a baby. But you didn't stand with your fam. You took their side and stood against us. You murdered Ren Yi. And now you've come to end me, too. Couldn't ask for more.
I'm here to help everyone.
You don't get to speak about the stockade.
Dark Mask is the stockader, cause your chief says so! He was the selfish one. He dragged the stockade into his war of vengeance. You said I betrayed my bro, but did he do the stockade justice? Or the fam?
Or me?
Then why are you here, younger dame?
I just want to try. Bring things back to the way they were.
Ha! Blightery! Why did Ren Yi ever name you the stockade chief? Foolish girl, you make me laugh. Haven't you figured it out yet? There's no going back now, younger dame.
Battle! What's up, Anima? How are you? Put him on his back. Show him who the boss is.
Time to avenge Big Bro!
Careful! Someone fell hanging over there!
Oh, she takes her eye patch off. Boom! Holy whirlpool! Golly! Oh my god. Get worked. She's quick, man. It's like a CC as well. What the frick? Yo, she's nuts. She crazy. Spawning? Come on. Uta. What the frick is that? What is happening?
No second chance.
Ooh! Ooh!
Impressive. My boy taught you well. Get it over with, younger dame. Just send me off. Hopefully I'll catch up with my boy on the path to the afterlife.
I'm not here to do that, Uncle Sean. My brother gave me his horn before he passed away. He wanted me to bring it to Wuling and find a way to make a living.
My younger dame, are those really Run Yi's final words?
Yeah. He was like that at the beginning. He always treated me as a kid. Maybe everyone thinks I'm a joke at being a chief, but I'm not quitting this easily. I got no use for this horn. And seeing it makes me miss him. I know you and your people really look up to him, Uncle Sean. So his horn, you can have it.
Huh? No, you should have it.
Uncle Sean?
I won't take this horn. Have it back, blasted shit. We were all ready for war, but he became the first to throw in the towel. Turned us all into laughing stocks. Pathetic. This is so pathetic.
Uncle Chang, boo! Uncle Shang, boo! What a loser!
Just come back to us, Uncle Sean.
Come on, Uncle Shang.
Give up. And let the waters flow their own courses. Yet Qingbo and Muling are trapped in feuds, both old and new. One must fall for this to end.
But our greatest enemy is not in Wuling. They're riding our stockade. Uncle Sean, we must work together and run those breakers out of our home. Every last one of them.
He's too far gone. He can't turn back.
Wise words. But I wonder if our younger dame considered this. We might revolt again once the breakers are gone.
I'm not worried about that.
Childish talk.
It is childish talk, but I keep my words. And if anyone tries to be a clown, they're in for baiting.
Ooh.
If one baiting won't work, I'll give him another.
Ooh.
We got plenty of time. I can do this all day till you're convinced. As long as I'm here, and as long as I'm your chief, no one's breaking my stockade.
Horrible strike from Dark Mask. Yeah, the fact that we have a space station kind of puts like these like backwoods stick battles in a weird perspective. You guys get out of line, we'll literally just laser beam your entire continent. I guess anything goes, huh?
If it's about the landbreakers in our stockade, I'll follow your orders.
Ooh.
But once that's done, I hope you remember the words you said today, no matter what happens.
Bum 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 bum. Conflict resolved.
No matter
Problem
what happens,
solved.
This settles our biz for now.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We did it! Hooray! So many people need zero proof to believe a lie, but need endless proof in order to accept the truth. It's true.
Can you step it
Very true.
and help me with something?
What do you need help with?
What is it?
I want to bury my brother's horn near the ancestral
Of course. I
spring.
mean, yeah.
Could you keep me company while I do that?
Sure.
Of course.
We did it! Hooray! All right, whale chat. I'm gonna call it there for the day. Tomorrow I have a meeting in the afternoon, so it'll either be like a late stream probably, or maybe no stream once that's wrapped up, and then we'll be back to normal after that. But I gotta do this thing. I'll let you know in Discord how things go. Thank you guys for chilling today. We got a TFD build done. We got a sponsor done. Hope you guys enjoyed Arc Nights. I do need to catch up, man. I do. Bada boom, bada bing. Didn't get this poll though. GG's, thanks for hanging, thanks for chilling. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you guys very soon. Peace out. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.